for like all the sponsors and partners who empowered us, and speakers, judges, mentors who will be provoking the thoughts and sharing the insights. And thank you for all of you for being here. And yes, and thank you. Please enjoy as much as you can. So before we proceed the speeches, let me give you the quick overview of the 3-day schedule. Our event has 3 themes. So for the day 1, which starts right now, it's like a conference speeches. So our Ethcon organizers collected speech applications and conducted a blind voting process. So, and we selected our honorable speeches, with the only exceptions for the keynote speeches by Vitalik Buterin. All the other speakers were chosen based on the titles and explanations of their talks. And day 2 focuses on educational sessions for Ethereum builders, and where it is like top protocols of the Ethereum will be sharing their cutting edge researches. And finally, the day 3 showcases hackathon presentations and demo days where the hackers can shine. And additionally, please be noted that all the speeches on day 1 and day 2 will be presented either Korean or English that speakers feel comfortable with, more comfortable with. But for day 3, hackers and judges will be presenting only in English. So yes, and our day begins with a keynote speech by the visionary himself, Vitalik Buterin, from the Ethereum Foundation. So, and as a special note, please be aware that Vitalik will be speaking remotely. Please give applause.
Both hear me? Okay, hello everyone. Amazing. Today what I wanted to talk about is account abstraction, which is a really big and important hot topic in the Ethereum ecosystem, and some of what it means for both wallet security and wallet decentralization. So sorry, I'm hearing an echo. Okay, great. So today we'll talk about account abstraction. So this is a very important hot topic in the Ethereum ecosystem this year. This is something that we've really been working on basically since the beginning of Ethereum. And I've actually talked a bit elsewhere about some of the history of account abstraction, how it's transformed from some of the early proposals in 2016 to some of the newer stuff, and then eventually where ERC-4337 came from. I think either the slides or the video from some of my presentations in Paris should be up there if people are interested in that. But I wanted today to focus on what's happening now, right? So today, account abstraction is an area where there's a huge number of wallets that are being developed, and it really feels like it's this big opportunity for wallets to improve their security, improve their convenience and usability for both new users and experienced users at the same time. And so I wanted to get into some of the details of like basically, what kinds of new possibilities ERC-4337 unlocks in both of those areas. So to start off, just going through what are the goals of account abstraction, right? So account abstraction is basically a set of technologies that make it easy for people to use smart contract wallets as their primary wallets to hold their funds. And the benefit of a smart contract wallet is that instead of being controlled by one single key, it can be controlled by a more complicated formula that can set up rules that are much better for a user's security. So the goals of account abstraction can be split into two major categories. One is security, and the other is convenience. And I found that different people get into account abstraction for different reasons. Like for me personally, it's always been about the security side and specifically being able to do multi-sig and social recovery. But I found a lot of other people are excited about a lot of use cases. And I think it's amazing that we can have one technology that satisfies all of these things at the same time. So just to go through some of these, so multi-sig wallets are wallets that are controlled not by one key, but by multiple keys. So for example, you could have a wallet with 6 keys where you need 4 of those keys to approve a transaction. A social recovery wallet is a wallet where you have a single key that can spend funds, but you have some set of multiple keys that can vote together to recover a key if a key gets lost, right? So the theory with a social recovery wallet is that loss is more common than theft. And so if you want to protect against loss, but still keep the convenience of having a single key, then you can create this separate backup mechanism. Key revocation. So being able to take a key that you use to access an account and make that key no longer valid without needing to change your address. A key revocation is like really the big thing that you absolutely cannot do with MPC, by the way, right? So sometimes there's this discussion of like, oh, do we need account abstraction? Why not just do things with MPC instead? And there's a couple of reasons why. Actually, custom signature algorithms is the other big one, but being able to do key revocation is the big one, right? So if you don't have key revocation, if you trust someone to be part of if you trust a group of people to be able to access your account once, you have to trust them forever. With key revocation, you can take away their key shares and you don't have to trust them in the future. Custom signature algorithms. One reason to care about this is being quantum proof, right? Eventually, quantum computers are going to exist, and we want to be able to be secure against quantum computers when they come. And with account abstraction, users will be able to individually upgrade from being based on quantum or existing elliptic curve based algorithms to being based on something based on lattices or winter-knit signatures or Stark based signatures or something else once quantum computers come, and we have to switch to those technologies to be secure. Aside from quantum proofness, another reason to care about custom signature algorithms is to take advantage of security features of existing hardware. So for example, in phones, modern phones especially, there's a lot of trusted hardware chips that specifically support the SECP256R1 signing algorithm. So this is like a very specific elliptic curve that they use. And if the current Ethereum's EOAs do not support SECP256R1, they only support SECP256K1. And so with account abstraction, you could just make a smart contract wallet where the verification function is a SECP256R1 verifier. And by doing that, you will be able to have a wallet where the private key just always stays inside of a trusted module. So that's powerful. On the convenience side, one of the things that people care about is being able to pay fees with ERC20 tokens. So let's say, for example, someone joins Ethereum for the first time, and then they get 10 USDC, and then they want to spend some of that USDC. In their wallet, they will not have any ETH, but they still want to be able to move their USDC. And so being able to pay transaction fees using that USDC is just a very valuable convenience feature. Sponsored transactions. This is the idea that applications that have some other way of verifying their users would be able to verify ERC20 or would be able to pay for transactions on users' behalf. And so the user sends but the transaction, but someone else pays the fees. And this would be also a valuable way of onboarding new users, and especially for like non-financial applications where you only need a very small amount of activity on chain. One thing that's valuable for convenience and security is being able to do multiple things as part of one transaction. So one really common example of this is that today, if you want to trade on Uniswap, for example, first you have to approve the token, and then once you approve the token, you can make a transaction to trade it. This works, but it's less convenient. It costs extra gas. You have to spend 21,000 gas on the base transaction twice. And it's also a security vulnerability because what users end up doing is they just end up giving their applications an unlimited right to use a particular token. And when you do that, like you're basically being much less secure with that token than you need to be. Now, what if you could, as part of one transaction, approve exactly the amount of tokens that you need and then immediately spend them? This is one thing that account abstraction lets you do, and it's both a security and a convenience feature. Now, a big challenge that wallets have today is balancing between friendliness to new users and decentralization, right? So the challenge is basically that if you want wallets to really be secure in a decentralized way, then I mean, there's obviously options like users like seed phrases and storing passwords and hardware wallets and all of these things, but they require like a lot of really extra mental effort from people that are just coming in for the first time. And they especially if you want to start doing things like multi-sig wallets, then like that stuff becomes harder if you don't know anyone else who's already an Ethereum user. But then on the other side, I found that a lot of projects that focus on friendliness to new users end up just completely sacrificing on decentralization, right? They just end up being like dependent on email accounts, and then suddenly, you need to have a Gmail account to like access a crypto project, which is like just awful, right? Like it really takes away a lot of the benefits of the openness and decentralization the crypto ecosystem provides. Makes it much harder for anons to participate. It just means that the entire ecosystem depends on Google for security and just all kinds of problems. So I think the ideal is to try to make a kind of least bad version of both of these, but also offer users a path to move from the left to the right over time, right? So users should be able to start off using some wallet that is not very secure, that is more centralized, but that is friendly to people who are not crypto experts, but then kind of continue to educate them and push them toward other options as they become more and more of a user. So for new users, everyone basically reinvents the same answer, right? Which is using existing centralized logins, like sign in with Google, sign in with Twitter, sign in with something else. One of the really big challenges is that this historically requires two intermediaries. The first intermediary is Google or whatever other service you're using itself. And the second intermediary is some kind of gateway that verifies that you have that account and then signs a message on chain that the on chain system can verify. So two intermediaries is much worse than one. Now, there has been some recent work by like this is Ayush Gupta and some Preeti Panda's one team, but there is like actually more and more teams that are working on this. Basically, using zk snarks to verify directly that you control a particular email address, right? And one of the nice things is that if you do this, then you can even preserve user privacy against email providers. So email providers will not be able to see what you're doing, and you'll be like you basically go down from two intermediaries to one, right? So this is already an improvement. I mean, this is more expensive because it uses zk snarks, but with ERC4337 aggregation, we should be able to make zk snarks cheaper over time, and then with layer 2s it becomes cheaper, and so hopefully, this continues improving. Other kinds of centralized logins, right? So aside from email addresses, one interesting one is government's digital ID signatures. So there's more and more governments that have digital IDs where those digital IDs can actually be used to sign things. The Estonian e-residency is one good example. The Mina card in Japan is one good example. There's a digital citizen certificate in Taiwan. That's also one example. I actually don't know whether or not Korea has something like this, but if it doesn't, and anyone listening to this is in the Korean government, I think it's really valuable to do a digital ID that supports users being able to make signatures just because of how you can plug it into other systems like this. So I hope the list of countries keeps increasing in the future. Social media accounts, right? So Twitter, or I guess it's called X now. There's like different kinds of other social media apps. One thing to be careful with is that a lot of these are recoverable with email, and so using two different social medias or using a social media and an email might look like it's multi-factor authentication, but actually it's single factor, right? So just be really careful about that. And then there is SMS, but we're not really sure how to zk verify SMS without intermediaries. And also SMS just kind of sucks, right? Like a lot of centralized crypto services use SMS for verification, and they just get hit by what are called SIM swapping attacks all the time, right? Like these SMS providers or phone companies, they're really not good at security. And so in my opinion, it's better to like really be like much more cautious, or even just not use the SMS option. So if we want to move from easy to use but centralized to something that's somewhat more decentralized, so here's one option that I think practically works for a lot of users, right? Basically, you combine something that is secure but maybe easier to lose with something which is very slow but secure because there's many participants, right? So the fast path might be a two of two, right? So one option here is to have two keys. One key is inside a trusted chip on a phone, and then the other key might be just like stored on a server. And the server might use, like for example, like just automated algorithms to, do extra verification if a transaction is high value, and just like the standard kind of fraud reduction things that like existing financial institutions already do, right? So that's one option. Another option is like phone plus laptop. Though I found with phone plus laptop, one of the challenges is like there's a lot of pressure to make something that people can just use on their phones. And if you're just on your phone, then you don't have two devices; you just have one device, right? So like phone and phone is less secure than phone and laptop. you maybe do something with like biometric authentication and like really lean hard on trusted hardware. I don't know, right? But whatever you could do, just make one side a 2 of 2, and then the other side is some recovery mechanism. And one way to do the recovery mechanism is a time delay. So you can anyone can start the recovery, but there's a time delay. Like it could be 30 days, for example, and within that time delay, the 2 of 2 itself can cancel the recovery. Or another option is an M event, right? You have a list of different, like friends, contacts, institutions, something else, and you need some number of them to sign off to do a recovery. So there's both of those options, and you can also combine them, right? You could even say like you need 3 of 4 guardians to recover immediately, 2 of 4 to recover after 1 day, and then 1 of 4 to recover after a month, or something like that. How to choose your guardians, right? So a lot of these designs, they really depend on this concept of a multi-sig, where you have some number of keys, and you need, for example, more than half of them or 2/3 of them to recover an account. The challenge, but like how to choose them, right? So if your friends and family are Ethereum users, then you can use them as guardians, right? But one of the challenges here is privacy. But like basically, when I ask a lot of people why they don't do this already, one of the big answers is they don't want their friends and family to know like what all their financial activity is. But this is a technical problem, and there are technical solutions that allow you to use other people as guardians without telling them what they're guarding. So this can be improved over time. But what if you're a new user and your friends and family are not yet Ethereum users? Then what do you do, right? Now, there's 3 major types of guardians that we can think about, right? One is, as we mentioned, friends and family. 2 is institutional guardians. So this would be companies like exchanges or the wallet developer themselves. But one of the challenges with institutional guardians is that there just seems to be not much incentive for someone to create an institutional guardian, right? Like this is just something that I remember there was a business trying to do this back in 2013, but it just ended up going nowhere, right? And so, I know that like Argent, like the social recovery wallet, they act as an institutional guardian, and I think the Loopring wallet did something similar. But and so it seems not too difficult to get to the point of having one institutional guardian. But if you want to have like 3 institutional guardians, then like you need to have institutional guardians as a service, and that just doesn't seem to be something that businesses have been willing to set up so far. And then a third type of guardian is just your own other devices, right? So, like, if you think about the Mina card, for example, like, that's not actually, using the like Japanese government servers directly. That's like using a key that is on a device where you physically own that device, right? So, and then there are other devices that you can use, right? Like it's possible to make a card that has a chip on it and that connects to your phone with NFC, where you do like signing with that chip, right? So you can totally make other devices that participate as guardians. But of course, one thing that's really important is that you don't want to be in a position where you can easily lose all of these devices at the same time. So different kinds of guardians, and I think there's a challenge in figuring out exactly which combination of these provides a good combination of security and decentralization and ease of use for average users. Um, Now, one of the challenge, of course, challenges is that in a lot, it's especially if you start relying on the institutional guardians, I think, and if you start relying on like friends and family who themselves have wallets that are secured by like these more centralized providers, it's important to like not accidentally double use a provider, right? Like you might say, oh, we're going to use like these 2 friends, email addresses as guardians, and then I'm going to use this institutional provider. But then it turns out that both of your friends use Gmail, and then it turns out that like the third one uses software that's run in Google Cloud, and like actually you're trusting Google for 3 out of 3, right? So it's important to like really not accidentally do that. But aside from that, I think some combination of these three is generally a good idea. A lot of this complexity can be hidden from users, right? So this is just like a quick mock-up of how you might do UX for choosing your guardians, right? Basically, yeah, you can put in um, ETH addresses, you can put in ENS domains, or what you could do is you could put in like things like email addresses or even like government digital IDs. And if you do one of these, then your wallet should be able to purely on the client side, you generate an address that is only spendable if you have one like either this like this email or this digital ID certificate, right? So I think we could use behind the scenes use addresses as this like universal interface, but it should be possible to like just automatically generate addresses that correspond to these like ZK verifiers or other kinds of verifiers of other forms of authentication that people have. And then if you do that, then like you have this kind of secure, like social recovery or multi-sig kind of setup that can use a combination of these different ID systems in a way that actually is easy for people to use, right? And so my hope is that we start moving in these directions, right? Basically, with modern technology, there's a lot of different options at all of these different levels of convenience and security and decentralization. And it's important to like really use these options, continue improving them, continue auditing them, continue making them more efficient, and start taking advantage of them. And I think the goal for users here, right, is that like there is this part of the crypto space that tries to, like really provide maximum security and maximum decentralization for people who are experienced. And then there is the side of crypto that tries to really appeal to new users at the expense of some of those other things. But we do not want wallets or applications to have to force users to choose and especially be stuck with a particular choice, right? Everything should be designed with the idea in mind that eventually someone becomes an experienced user. But what you can do is you could start with these more convenient options and then like make it possible and encourage users to switch to options that add more security as the amount at stake increases, right? Whether that's the amount of dollars at stake or whether that's the amount of activity in a crypto social media account or something else, right? So basically, like continue to do everything in a way where the underlying interface is that users are connecting to things with Ethereum addresses. And with a combination of ERC 1271 and even ERC 6900, it's always possible to build applications that work in this way. And if you do that, then it becomes possible for users to start off interacting with an application in one way and then like just start increasing security on their own in a different way, right? And so like the applications and the security setup become these kind of two separate things that can continue improving in parallel, right? So, yeah, this is what I hope, right? I hope that we can continue improving security for users, that we can really improve convenience for users, that we can improve these things both for experienced users and for new users, and continue going along with the ERC 4337 roadmap that has a lot of other ways to reduce cost and increase security further over time, and at the same time, kind of think about and be able to really support all of these different use cases in mind. So thank you, and hope you guys enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Vitalik, for the inspirational speech. And personally, I feel very lucky that I am living this kind of era, that decentralization and security is kind of a matter of choice, right? Yeah. And yeah, up next, Shinya Mori from Fracton Ventures will be delve into the intriguing topic of protocol design for the positive sum. Is Shinya Mori here? Mori-san? Please give applause to Shinya Mori-san.
Hi everyone. Thank you for taking the time to join me today. So, so, I couldn't imagine that I speak on under the sky. So and then thank you for inviting me in this amazing venue. So I'm Shinya and I'm a coordination lead at Fractal Ventures. So today, I'm here to talk about protocol design for positive sum. Blockchain technology is more and more, blockchain technology is becoming more and more popular, so every year. But in crypto space, what is important is not only the technical aspect, but also the design philosophy, like Infinite Garden, proposed by Ayam Yaguchi from Ethereum Foundation. So I know that there are many developers today. So I will talk about our research we are working on, and let's think about point to consider when developing protocols using blockchain. First, let me introduce myself. Fracton is a protocol studio, which is protocol studio based in Japan, which contributes to Ethereum ecosystem. In the past, we hosted some incubation programs and DAO Tokyo as a global conference for expanding Ethereum ecosystem. I usually research coordination mechanisms like public goods funding, decision-making process, and DAO governance. So, as for my other activities, I founded the Japan chapter of Greenpeace Network, which is founded by Gitcoin founder Kevin Woki and the spin-outed community from Gitcoin. And I was co-organizing Plurality Tokyo. So my main activity is mostly coordination. So now that you know about me a little, so let's dive into the main topic of my presentation. Sorry. Sorry. So today there are an increasing number of events that can only be approached through coordination around the world. These include environmental problems, environmental problems, public health, and human rights. Addressing these global issues is better suited to a coordinated global effort than an approach by a single company or single government. So, and, sorry. Sorry, so this is, doesn't work. Thank you. Sure. So, and these public goods also need global coordination. So because these public goods are used by people all over the world, we need to coordinate with them in the provision and management of these public goods. We must make choices that benefit people around the world, so not those that benefit someone in particular. So there was a political economist named Elinor Ostrom. So she won the Nobel Prize for her work on management of resources by the commons. And in her interview, she said that we have never had to deal with problems of the scale facing today's globally interconnected society. No one knows for sure what will work. So it is important to build a system that can evolve and adapt rapidly. Actually, she showed in her findings that resources can be self-governed by a commons, by a community of users themselves. In other words, the commons. So rather than managed by the government or the market. However, the commons that she researched was a local community. So rooted in a region, so such as a fishing village. Digital public goods are about the global scale. This requires coordination with people on a global scale. In this case, because humanity is facing common problems, the coordination should result in a positive-sum game based on our coordination, rather than the traditional zero-sum game based on competition. What is positive-sum game? To understand the positive-sum game, it is necessary to know about its counterpart, the zero-sum game. The term zero-sum game and positive-sum game are originally used in economics. A zero-sum game is a game in which the gain of one side is exactly equal to the loss of others. And that is a game in which the sum of the gains and losses among the players is zero. There are many examples of zero-sum games, like poker, chess, and football. On the other hand, a positive-sum game refers to a game in which all players cooperate to increase the overall profits. In this game, the total gain is greater than zero. An example of the positive-sum game is knowledge sharing. One person shares knowledge or information so that the recipient can use it to accomplish something. Because the original informant's knowledge is not decreased, both parties benefit. However, it is a concept in general game theory that even though both parties would be better off if they cooperate. So their individual optimal choices are known to finally result in unfortunate outcomes both parties. And this is known as prisoner's dilemma. That is, some coordination will be necessary to achieve a positive sum state. One of the coordination mechanisms that enable a positive sum is positive externalities. A positive externality is a benefit that certain economic activity provides to third parties who are not directly involved in that activities. This positive externality would lead to a positive sum game because it can bring its benefits to non-specific targets. And public goods are known to generate positive externalities. Public goods have non-excludable and non-liable property. This positive externality would So in other words, so they are free for everyone to use. Examples of public goods include beach, air, and parks, from which everyone can receive the benefit for free. And thus public goods generate positive externalities. It would seem that increasing the number of public goods would naturally generate positive externalities, so thus achieving a positive sum state. However, it is difficult for public goods to be supplied sustainably. So because the free rider problems arises, and the government generally supports the sustainable supply of public goods. There is a view that some goods generally seen as public goods, so are unreliable rather than non-liable. Unreliable refers to the property that the more goods are consumed, the more it benefits third parties. And totally goods with unreliable properties are called unreliable goods. Unreliable goods are defined as goods that become more valuable the more they are used or they are shared. Examples include knowledge. When one person shares a knowledge, many other people can use that knowledge to create new idea, knowledge, products, or services. This means that knowledge is more valuable the more it's used. Deal with goods that have unreliable properties will create more positive externalities and must be tips to a positive sum game. Positive externalities are considered to change the scope of their impacts, their effects as a targeted good scale. Scale here refers to the fact that goods are used or consumed by a larger number of people. For example, in a park, which is a public good, if one or two people use the park, it is comfortable and will continue to be comfortable. And, even if other third parties use the park. However, if hundreds or thousands of people use the park at the same time, the park may not be comfortable, and the negative aspects of public good may appear. On the other hand, if the knowledge is an unreliable good, the value of knowledge will be greater when the scale is expanded because of the network externalities at work. Thus, we may see that positive externalities and scaling of goods are closely related. In addition, providing these goods is generally associated with free rider problem, which is said to result in an undersupply of goods. Therefore, expanding the effect of positive externality would be considered to stop. So, what is the relation between positive externalities and the scale in the web space? So I think there are three types in the relation. So one is a type in which positive externalities is increase as the scale increases, but the effect of positive externalities is begin to decrease after a certain scale is exceeded. The second type is a type in which the positive externality increases as the scale expands, but the effect of the positive externality goes to a constant value, so as the value expands. And the third type is one in which the positive externality continues to increase, so as the scale expands. So let's look at why these types make these transitions. So the type 1 will follow into Web 2, although it is true that Web 2 service have benefited more people, so because of the network externalities at work. So many of them behave on the principles of competition, the market principle. And there will always be winners and losers. So their goal is to win the game. Win the game based on market principles and generate more revenue and returns. And how they generate positive externality is not a priority. Essentially, the game they are playing is a zero-sum game in the marketplace. Therefore, coordination among other services is unlikely to work. In addition, since Web 2 has the aspect of holding user data in a centralized way, the protection of user privacy is often seen as an issue. So in the case of Web 2 service, so if the number of users increases as the service scales, the problem of privacy protection will be exposed, because so the service will hold data on those users. To begin with, some Web 2 services may be regarded as public goods because they are free and available to everyone. But Web 2 may not be truly public goods because they are often based on a centralized system and potentially contain possibility of excludability. Thus, network externalities initially create positive externalities, but as scaling, the effect of positive externalities decrease due to privacy issue and competition. So the type 2 would follow into open source software. The source code is publicly available and can be used, modified, and distributed by anyone. The more people use it, the more valuable the open source software becomes. Hence, while open source software would be considered a public good because of its non-liable and non-excludable property. So, an unreliable good would be more appreciated for open source software. However, it is generally accepted that a free rider problem arises when supplying open source software, leading to undersupply and making it difficult to sustainable supply open source software. In that case, so there will be a constant positive externality that will finally be created as it continues to scale. And what is type 3? So I'd like to call this type positive sum design. This is the main topic in my presentation. So I think crypto protocols enable positive sum design. We will think about why crypto leads to positive sum. I argue protocol design that enables to keep generating positive externalities and achieving a persistent positive sum state even if scale increases. Currently, various people have mentioned the importance of positive sum. Actually, in privacy problem of Web2, the blockchain can improve data transparency and security by distributing the storage and management of data across many nodes rather than single centralized server. And by having a private key, users can have complete control over their own data assets and identities, which also always hold self-sovereign control. This is why blockchain technologies can solve a negative aspect of Web2 scaling. In a free-ride problem of open source software, crypto protocols can hold their own treasury by generating revenue or issuing native tokens. Funding open source software through protocol treasury is believed to have the potential to solve the free rider problem, and this would lead to keeping to generate positive externality. Crypto solves traditional negative factors, but what design does generate more positive externality? I'd like to introduce four design of generating more positive externalities to continue our positive sum game. First, one of the positive sum design is interaction between other protocols. The type directly interacts with other protocols and thus can directly generate positive externalities. These protocols are not completed within these protocols themselves, but are directed to other protocols. For example, in a quest protocol rabbit hole, quests of various protocols are issued, and users receive tokens or NFTs who are completing them, which users play based on economic incentives and able to game-like touch other protocols through rabbit hole, because rabbit hole has a little aspect of gamification. Since such a mechanism encourages behavior that produces benefits to other protocols, positive externality arises. Second, positive sum design is a forkability. This is one of the generate features of open source software. So the open source code allows anyone to download and customize it. This is one of the strengths of open source, and in fact, various new protocols have been created by forking the code. For example, there is a protocol called NansDAO, in which an auction of NFTs is held once a day. And NFT sales go to the DAO treasury, and the treasury is managed by NFT holders. Open source software forking is based on code-based forking, but development kits and no-code tools have been created to make forking easier. Nans Builders is a tool for forking NansDAO. And with Nans Builders, it is possible to easily build a protocol with the same functionality as Nans DAO. These development kits will facilitate the creation of positive externalities by providing the strengths of open source software in more user-friendly form. Third, a more composable structure is important in a positive sum. Composability may be a familiar term in crypto space. Composability is especially common sense in the DeFi space, which is the reason why DeFi is known as money Lego. Many protocols are composed of combinations of existing contracts, and this is especially especially true in DeFi space. In addition to DeFi, similar structures can be seen in the area of DAO governance. For example, one of the famous contracts for on-chain governance is a governor contract introduced by DeFi lending protocol Compound, and protocols that want to introduce on-chain governance are using governor contract. This is possible by creating minimum structure if the protocols are made in a minimum unit and deployed as open source. It is easy for other protocols to be introduced. In fact, in Ethereum, so ERC20, the standard for issuing fungible tokens. So it's easier to use than completed protocols. A more composable protocol, made by the minimum unit, so creates the positive sum state by making the form more accessible to other protocols. Finally, creating owned economics is the most unique in crypto space. While it has been difficult for traditional open source software to have its own economics, crypto makes it possible to programmably design its own economics and have its own treasury. Protocols can fund public goods by using their treasury. Public goods funding has been focused by early Ethereum developers. And they have had various experiments like quadratic funding, grants DAO, and retroactive public funding. Their own treasury is spent not only on their protocols, but also on other protocols and the tools that support their protocols. This may enable to solve the undersupplying problems caused by the free rider problem in public goods. However, some of them seem to have stronger incentives to expand their products rather than in the context of public goods funding. In fact, even funding for expansion of their economics, their ecosystem, so has been helpful in continuing to generate positive externalities. But it may be necessary to take an approach outside their ecosystem, so in order to generate more positive externalities. In conclusion, so public goods and unreliable goods create positive externalities, leading to a positive sum game. Positive externalities have more positive impact as the scale is increasing, or the more people consume goods. But there are limits to scale. However, crypto solves that problems can be designed to lead to more positive sum game. What I'd like to tell you today, so is that it is better to build a protocol, so including effects to other protocols. So we will unveil our research and development projects, Fracton Ventures Research. The purpose of Fracton Venture Research is to find, propose, and build inclusive coordination design for a positive sum world. We have 3 focus areas: protocol design as a way of generating more positive externalities and have a credible neutrality. And social design of decision-making process and DAO governance. And funding design of the way of measuring impact evaluation and of gaining sustainable funding source. Sustainable funding source. Sorry about it. So we will open our research website and we will publish various theses and product ideas. So the content of this presentation will be published. Here are today's references. So we'd like to build a positive sum world with builders who are interested in these worlds. So we can realize a positive sum world through coordination. So if you have any questions or any feedback, and if you were interested in my talk about public good space, so please contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Shinyamori, for shedding the light on the protocol design. But yeah, and actually, like we have Jae Jung, who could you please? Okay, sure. Could you please? Yes, come here. Thank you. And actually, we have Jae Jung who will be presenting in Korean, whereas the presenting materials will be fully ready in English. And yes, please be noted, kindly noted, right? And actually, meanwhile, let me introduce about the venues here. We have building A's. You can see the details on the sketch map here. And we have the building A's and B's. Building A is fully devoted on the hackathon place, so hackathon John. So maybe after like 8 p.m., it will be, it is the place that hackers will be fully focusing on building things. So please be noted that it should be kept quiet. Whereas like building B, we have many booths and coffee stations and some catering zones here. So please enjoy by yourself. And yes, thank you. Could you please give an applause to the Jae Jung?
Hello, this is Jay from Four Pillars, but as I want my presentation to be delivered to Korean effectively, I'm going to present in Korean. So for those who are not familiar with Korean, please enjoy my presentation via share slide. 네, 한국어로 계속 이어가겠습니다. 저는 포퓰러스에서 이제 리서처로 하고 있는 정재환이라고 하고, 이번 발표는 리서처 관점에서 바라본 EIP라는 주제로 발표를 하게 되었습니다. 네, 화면이 좀 잘 안 보이는데 제가 블록체인에 입문하기 이전에는 데이터 분석, 그리고 최적화, 그리고 계량 경제학에 대해서 좀 연구를 많이 했었습니다. 그리고 블록체인에 입문한 이후부터는 프로토콜 스탠다드나 거버넌스에 대해서 주로 많이 연구를 했었고, 최근에는 이제 웹3 소셜 영역에도 좀 관심력여서 보고 있습니다. 그래서 뭐 길진 않았지만 제가 리서치를 하면서 느꼈던 점이 여러 가지가 있는데, 그 중에 하나가 블록체인을 입문하는 사람이나 아니면은 계속해서 업계에서 빌딩을 해 나가는 사람이나 예외 없이 EIP 트렌드를 되게 트래킹하는 게 중요하다라는 걸 느꼈습니다. 그래서 이번 발표의 목적도 이제 표면적으로는 블록체인 역사를 좀 훑어보면서 EIP랑 어떤 연관이 있었는지, EIP 트렌드가 얼마나 중요한지 여러분들께 인지시켜드리는 게 목적이고, 제가 오펜하이머를 최근에 봤는데 거기에 이제 체인 리액션이라는 키워드가 꽂히더라고요. 그래서 이게 또 연쇄 반응을 일으켜서 여러분들로 하여금 EIP 디스커션에 좀 참여할 수 있는 계기를, 혹은 더 나아가서 이더리움 생태계 내외에서 어떤 새로운 트렌드를 제시할 수 있는 오피니언 리더로서 전환될 수 있는 계기를 가지셨으면 하는 희망에서 발표를 준비하게 되었습니다. 그래서 사실 이 발표가 되게 하이 레벨의 EIP들을 다룰 것이기 때문에 뭔가 EIP에 대해서 이미 좀 숙련되신 분들께서는 좀 지루하실 수도 있으실 것 같아요. 그래서 좀 EIP에 상대적으로 좀 생소하신 분들을 위한 발표라고 좀 봐주시면 될 것 같습니다. 네, EIP에 대해서 얘기를 하기에 앞서서 프로토콜 스탠다드를 간단하게 한번 짚어보겠습니다. 이제 한국어로 번역하면 통신 규약이라고 다들 좀 주로 번역이 됐는데, 쉽게 말해서 네트워크 위에서 다양한 플랫폼들이 있을 터인데 그 플랫폼들이 이제 상호작용을 함에 있어서 하나의 어떤 공통된 규약, 뭐 규격 이런 걸 이제 뜻합니다. 근데 이제 블록체인은 이제 저희가 뭐 오너십이나 뭐 트랜스퍼런시나 뭐 시큐리티나 이런 가치들을 저희가 가질 것으로 기대를 하죠. 그리고 그런 것들을 이제 decentralized 시스템이라고 부릅니다. 이제 프로토콜 스탠다드는 이러한 decentralized 시스템이 어떻게 구현되는지와 좀 연관이 깊어서 이 점을 좀 염두해 주시고 앞으로 살펴볼 EIP를 좀 같이 들으시면 도움이 되실 것 같습니다. 네, 그래서 EIP는 약어예요. 그래서 이더리움 개선 프로포절입니다. 그래서 프로포절이기 때문에 사실 표준으로 정식으로 채택되기 위해서는 일련의 거버넌스 프로세스가 필요합니다. 이제 비트코인이나 이제 파이썬에서 주로 이루어졌었던 기존의 거버넌스 프로세스에서 굉장히 영감을 많이 받았다고 하는데요. 자세한 사항은 이제 EIP1이랑 5069라고 하는 문서에 자세하게 나와 있으니까 참조하시면 될 것 같고, 여기서 짚고 나가면 좋을 점은 이제 EIP 거버넌스 프로세스가 되게 커뮤니티라든지 아니면 프로토콜을 실질적으로 디벨롭시키는 디벨로퍼라든지 아니면 에디터들이라든지 되게 광범위한 사람들에 의해서 주도가 되고 있다는 점이 하나가 있고, 그 다음에 모든 이런 프로세스들이 온체인이 아닌 오프체인상에서 이루어진다는 점이 있겠습니다. 그리고 또 하나 좀 눈여겨볼 것이, 지금 저기 주황색으로 좀 살펴보면 대충 한 660몇 개의 프로포절이 있는데 그 중에 이제 약 40%가 지금 리비전 단계 그 이상이에요. 그래서 어떻게 보면 200개가 넘는 프로포절들이 이미 표준으로 채택이 되었으니 어떻게 보면 되게 EIP가 많은 발전을 이뤘다고 볼 수도 있을 것 같고, 반대로 이제 나머지 300몇 개가 떨어졌다는 말이잖아요. 떨어졌다기보다는 아직 채택이 안 됐다는 말이잖아요. 그래서 EIP가 굉장히 생각보다 채택되기 어렵다, 이런 포인트도 좀 생각을 해볼 수가 있을 것 같습니다. 그래서 이제 EIP 분류를 보면 이건 이제 ethereum.org라는 그 사이트에서 제시하고 있는 범위인데, 크게 분류하면 이제 세 가지고 세부적으로 분류하면 이제 6가지가 되는 거죠. 그래서 실질적으로 프로토콜 개선에 직접적으로 영향을 주는 EIP는 위에 스탠다드 트랙이라고 보시면 되고, 밑에 2개 같은 경우에는 여기 설명에서도 나와 있듯이 이제 어떤 EIP 분류나 아니면 허드 포크에 대해서 어떤 설명을 해놓은 좀 문서나 아니면 뭐 가이드라인 같은 그런 좀 메타성 정보들이 가득합니다. 그래서 실제로 20년도 이후로는 저기 메타랑 인포메이셔널한 EIP는 거의 제한이 되지가 않았어요. 그래서 스탠다드 트랙을 보시면 될 것 같고, 그 중에서도 이제 코어와 ERC가 좀 계속해서 다이나믹하게 좀 제한이 되고 있죠. 그래서 코어 같은 경우에는 말 그대로 이제 네트워크, 이더리움 네트워크가 실질적으로 동작하기 위해서 어떤 컨센서스에 관련된 그런 임플멘테이션을 다 담은 EIP라고 보시면 될 것 같고, ERC는 조금 더 M 레벨의 표준에 가깝습니다. 그래서 저희한테 상대적으로 친숙한 뭐 토큰 표준이라든지 뭐 라이브러리 표준이라든지 뭐 계정 추상화라든지 ENS라든지 이런 것들이 다 이제 ERC에 들어간다고 보시면 되고요. 또 한 가지 특이한 점은 이제 ERC는 M 레벨의 스탠다드이기 때문에 다른 EIP들은 거의 다 프로토콜 전역에 배포가 되는데, ERC 같은 경우에는 상당수가 앱단에서 이제 배포가 된다는 점 좀 유의하시면 될 것 같습니다. 나머지 이제 네트워킹과 인터페이스 같은 경우에는 이제 기본적으로 네트워크가 원활하게 동작하기 위한 그런 베이직한 것들이나 아니면 코어나 ERC 단에서 제한된 EIP가 또 원활하게 동작할 수 있도록 좀 패킹하는 그런 EIP로 이루어져 있다고 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 그래서 이제 블록체인의 역사와 EIP의 트렌드를 좀 같이 살펴보려고 하는데요. 뒤에서 좀 자세하게 다룰 거지만 여기서는 이제 흥미로운 포인트를 몇 개만 좀 짚고 가겠습니다. 그냥 600 몇 개가 넘는 프로포저를 연도별로 몇 개가 제한됐는지 한번 나열을 해봤는데요. 보시면 이제 특이점이 보이죠. 이제 로컬 옵티멀 밸류가 이제 2018년도랑 22년도에 있습니다. 그때가 이제 정확히 불장일 때죠. 그래서 불장일 때 사람들이 개발도 많이 하더라라는 걸 볼 수가 있고, 그다음에 또 하나 특이한 점은 이제 코어 단의 그 EIP가 되게 전반적으로 도미넌트했는데 18년도, 22년도, 23년도에는 이제 ERC가 뭔가 도미넌트해 보입니다. 그래서 어쩌면 23년도도 불장의 서막이 아닐까 약간 기대를 했었습니다. 네. 그래서 사실 이제 역사로 조금 돌아가 볼게요. 2017년도 이전에는 블록체인이 사실 개념조차도 이제 많이 정립이 안 됐어서 어떻게 보면 정체성이 좀 확립되는 시기였다고 볼 수가 있을 것 같아요. 그래서 정말 참신한 블록체인들이 많았어요. 정말 참신한 블록체인들이 많았고, 새로 이제 블록체인들이 나오다 보니까 어떤 기본적인 기능 구현이라든지 아니면 안정적인 운영에 대한 그런 논의들이 좀 많이 있어왔습니다. 그래서 이제 토큰 스탠다드도 그거랑 이제 병렬적으로 많이 나오게 됐고요. 그래서 이제 사실 이러한 트렌드를 주도한 게 EIP죠. 그래서 EIP에는 그때 어떤 것들이 좀 제한되는지 살펴보면 제일 유명한 이제 ERC20, EIP20이 이제 이 시기 때 제한이 되었고, 지금은 저희가 이제 주소를 쓸 때 뭐 대소문자를 구분을 안 하지만 옛날에는 구분을 했었어야 됐어요. 이제 대문자, 소문자도 이게 값이 달랐기 때문에 이런 게 좀 불편해가지고 약간의 기믹을 섞어가지고 책섬이라고 하는 EIP도 이때 나오게 되었고요. 그리고 뭐 비탈리께서도 쓰시던데 이제 되게 그 네이밍 솔루션, 네이밍 레졸루션 솔루션도 이제 이더리움 버전으로 ENS라는 이름으로 이 시기 때 나왔습니다. 그 외에 이제 스마트 컨트랙트 패키지라든지 뭐 서명 표준이라든지 라이브러리나 뭐 오퍼레이션 코드들이 대거 나오게 되었죠. 자, 이제 기본 기능이 좀 갖춰졌으니까 앱이 이제 하나 둘씩 스멀스멀 나오기 시작합니다. 그래서 디파이라는 개념이 처음으로 이제 주목을 받기 시작을 했고, 이제 NFT라는 개념도 이제 이 시기 때 본격적으로 주목을 받기 시작을 했어요. 그래서 사람들이 뭔가 이용해보고 소유해볼 수 있는 것들이 생기니까 뭔가 실용적인 그런 목적 혹은 실용적인 그런 배포를 위한 그런 디스커션이 많이 이루어졌어요. 그래서 조금 사람들이 참여하고 앱들이 늘어나다 보니까 이제 가스피에 대한 정책도 이 시기 때쯤부터 논의가 좀 활발해지기 시작했습니다. 그래서 EIP도 관련돼서 보면 컨트랙트 관련된 EIP가 많아요. 그래서 컨트랙트를 배포할 때 어떤 컨트랙트를 참조했는지 혹은 이 컨트랙트의 오너십이 누군지를 좀 디텍션하는 그런 EIP도 제한이 됐었고, 아니면은 어떠한 트랜잭션 주소를 통해서 이제 컨트랙트를 새로 배포하는 그런 오퍼레이션 코드 같은 create2 EIP도 이때 당시 제한이 되었습니다. 그리고 기본적으로 컨트랙트가 소프트웨어이다 보니까 코드로 이루어져 있다 보니까 업그레이드가 되게 필요할 수가 있어요. 그래서 업그레이드업을 한 컨트랙트의 개념에 어떻게 보면 포문을 열어준 EIP가 또 EIP 1167이 또 저때 제한이 되었고요. 그 외에 이제 유명한 그 NFT 그 EIP 7.1 같은 경우에도 18년도 초에 이제 제한이 되었었습니다. 그 외에도 이제 뭐 서명 표준화 방법도 계속 고도화됐고 이제 EIP 1559라고 해가지고 되게 이제 수수료를 이제 예측하기가 되게 힘들었는데 이걸 조금 더 예측을 하기 쉽게 우리가 만들어 보자라는 취지로 이제 수수료 정책을 개편하게 됩니다. 그게 이제 채택이 된 지는 얼마 안 됐는데 이제 최초로 제한된 지는 이제 18년도 19년도 때였다입니다. 네, 이제 좀 약간 실제로 이제 기억이 날 만한 시점이 이제 20년도 21년도인 것 같아요. 그래서 그때 당시의 분위기가 딱 그 불장 전야제 같았어요. 이제 되게 다양한 레이어원들이 나오게 되었고 NFT랑 디파이도 이제 본격적으로 내러티브를 많이 얻게 된 시기가 이제 2020년도, 21년도죠. 그래서 디앱들도 많이 활성화되다 보니까 어떤 디앱들을 고도화하기 위한 그런 피처들에 대한 논의도 많이 이루어졌었거든요. 그래서 이 당시에 제안되었던 EIP로 보면은 가스 옵티마이제이션 일단 있고, 가스는 이제부터 계속 같이 병렬적으로 가는 거예요. 네, 그리고 이제 NFT에 대한 어떤 내러티브가 강화되면서 로열티에 대한 개념도 부상을 해서 EIP가 나오게 되었습니다. 그리고 한 트랜잭션 안에 이제 대출 가상환을 모두 가능케 하는 플래시론 개념도 이때 처음 나오게 되었고, 이제 확장성에 대한 논의가 좀 대두가 되다 보니까 온체인 이외에서 데이터를 어떻게 리트리브 하는가에 대해서도 논의가 활발히 시작됐어요. 그래서 그 관련된 EIP도 제안되었고, 여기 밑에 보시면 또 EIP 4337 어카운트 업스트랙션이라는 게 있습니다. 사실 계정 추상화가 지금에서야 좀 주목을 받는 것처럼 보이는데, 사실은 이게 15년도, 16년도에 처음 이니시에이트 됐거든요. 근데 이제 이게 기술상의 이유로 계속해서 구현을 미루다가 기술상의 어떤 좀 뭐랄까요, 유연성을 갖춘 그런 표준이 이제 나오게 된 게 이제 4337이거든요. 그래가지고 이게 20년도, 21년도부터 논의가 활발히 시작하게 되면서 이제 지금에서야 많은 프로토콜들이 채택을 하고 있죠. 그 외에도 정말로 NFT나 디파이에 관련된 EIP들이 정말 많이 나왔습니다. 그리고 이제 불장이 왔죠. 2022년도. 이때쯤 되니까 이제 사람들이 많이 모이고 블록체인에 대해서 인지도가 높아지니까 사람들이 이제 생각을 하게 됩니다. 이 블록체인 실효성이 있나? 그래가지고 이제 UX에 관련돼서 이제 이슈를 던지기 시작하죠. 불편한 거 우리가 왜 써야 돼? 그리고 이제 이와 동시에 블록체인 씬에서는 각자 프로토콜 혹은 디앱들이 명확히 비전을 확고히 하게 되어서 어떤 되게 다양한 전략들을 구사하게 됩니다. 그래서 다른 체인으로 이주를 하기도 하고 확장을 위해서 뭐 자체 체인을 개발하기도 하고 되게 이런 움직임이 많이 포착되었습니다. 그래서 뭐 마이그레이션 이벤트도 되게 많았고, 특히 또 주목할 게 이제 모듈러랑 모놀리티의 대립이죠. 그리고 요즘에는 이제 레이어 2의 실상에 대해서 뭔가 좀 계속해서 또 토론이 벌어지고 있더라고요. 그래서 되게 이념 대립이 많은 씬이다라는 걸 느끼고 있습니다. 동시에 이제 이더리움에서도 이제 뭔가 정체성을 확고히 하고 뭔가 미들웨어와 같은 이제 스탠다드가 많이 나오고 있는 중인 것 같습니다. 그래서 가장 중요한 이정표 중에 하나인 POS 컨센서스 업그레이드도 이때 이루어졌고, 이제 확장성을 위해서 블록이라고 하는 새로운 트랜잭션의 유형의 EIP도 이때 나오게 되었습니다. 그리고 이외에도 뭐 언체인 거버넌스를 위해서 voting with delegation이라는 EIP도 나오게 되었고, 그다음에 NFT를 이용해 가지고 어떤 양도가 불가능하거나 뭐 인터랙티브한 그런 상호작용을 돕는 여러 가지 NFT 익스텐션도 많이 나오게 되었습니다. 그래서 되게 어플리케이션 단의 실용적인 시도들이 지금 되게 많이 나오고 있는 것 같습니다. 그래서 되게 어떻게 보면 10년이 안 되는 기간 동안 인프라부터 M레벨까지 되게 다양한 EIP들을 봤는데 한 가지 의문이 듭니다. 아니 이 광범위하고 많은 EIP를 도대체 누가 제안을 했을까? 그래서 처음에 생각했을 때는 뭐 비탈릭과 이제 그 이하 이제 업계 초기부터 이제 조인을 하셨던 분들께서 많이 작업을 하지 않으셨을까를 생각을 했는데, 실제로 보니까 생각보다 5번 미만으로 드래프트를 제안하신 분들이 90%가 넘더라고요. 그래서 되게 새로운 사람들도 많이 조인을 해서 기존의 커뮤니티랑 잘 어울려서 새로운 EIP를 제안하구나를 어림짐작할 수 있었습니다. 그래서 조금 더 깊게 살펴봤죠. 이거는 이제 새로운 프로포저입니다. 그래서 그 연마다 이제 몇 명이 새로이 EIP의 드래프트를 제안했는지를 나타낸 그래프인데, 보시면은 되게 우상향하는 그래프를 보실 수가 있으실 겁니다. 토큰 가격은 이제 막 이렇게 왔다 갔다 하는데 이거는 우상향 그래프예요. 되게 특이한 것 같습니다. 아마 이제 그 이더리움에 대한 인지도 개선도 있었겠지만 또 한 가지 또 간과하지 말아야 될 거는, 사실 이더리움 재단이 EIP를 온보딩하기 위해서 온보딩을 쉽게 하기 위해서 되게 노력을 많이 하고 있거든요. 그래서 그러한 두 가지의 요인이 복합적으로 작용해서 나타난 결과가 아닌가 싶습니다. 그리고 이제 밑에 보시면 또 특이한 저기 수치가 보이는데 저거는 이제 새로운 프로포저들이 당해에 제출된 모든 EIP 중에서 몇 퍼센트의 기여를 했는가를 조사를 해봤어요. 보니까 대개 다 이제 60%가 넘죠. 그래서 방금 전에 어림짐작하였던 그 새로운 프로포저들이 기존의 그런 커뮤니티와 잘 융화를 해가지고 새로운 트렌드를 적극적으로 뭔가 내고 있다라는 걸 한층 더 강화시키는 것에 대한 방증이라고 저는 생각을 합니다. 물론 이렇게 새로운 프로포저가 등장하고 이런 건 다 좋은 일이지만 사실 더 논의를 채택하면 좋잖아요. 더 논의를 더 촉진하고 더 블록체인의 채택을 앞당기면 좋으니까 사실 EIP의 온보딩에 대해서 어떻게 하면 조금 더 다양한 참여자들이 쉽게 온보딩할 수 있을까에 대한 챌린지는 전 남았다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 4가지 정도를 좀 꼽아봤는데 첫 번째는 일단은 한 프로포절이 파이널라이즈 되는 게 너무 지루합니다. 사실 이건 제너럴 퍼포스 블록체인의 한계인 것 같기도 한데 되게 많은 가치들을 담으려고 하다 보니까 많은 기능들을 담으려고 하다 보니까 되게 기존의 컨벤션들과 굉장히 충돌이 많이 일어날 수 있어요. 그러다 보니까 시간이 지날수록 점점 더 이게 파이널라이즈 되는 게 힘들 거예요. 그래서 정말 이더리움의 진심이 아닌 사람이 아닌 이상 한 프로포절이 몇 주가 되든 몇 년이 되든 언제 채택될지 모르는 거를 계속 붙들고 있어야 되는 거는 조금 진입장벽으로 저는 생각이 되었습니다. 그리고 두 번째로는 이제 제가 제일 필요하다고 생각을 하는 건데 EIP의 역사를 조금 한눈에 보기가 어려워요. 라벨링도 잘 안 돼 있다고 저는 생각을 하거든요. 일례로 이제 뭐 어떤 키워드가 있는데 이 키워드가 그냥 다양한 EIP가 있는데 어떤 EIP가 지금 최신으로 논의가 되고 있는지 어떤 EIP가 디프리케이트 됐는지 이거를 알기가 굉장히 어려워요. 물론 매지션이나 뭐 이더리움 리서치라는 그 페이지가 있긴 하지만 여전히 어렵습니다. 그리고 넘버링 컨벤션도 너무 헷갈려요. 그래서 뭐 서명 표준에 대해서 EIP 5개만 대하면 검색을 해야 되거든요. 그래서 이거는 좀 일반적이지 않다라고 생각합니다. 그래서 더 다양한 참여자들이 온보딩하기 위해서는 이런 것들이 조금 더 하이 레벨의 그런 컴프레hen시브한 랜드스케이프가 필요하다라는 게 제가 느낀 점이었고요. 그리고 이제 세 번째가 이제 넌데브를 위한 닥스가 없다입니다. 사실 이더리움은 네트워크 이상의 가치를 갖는다고 저는 생각을 합니다. 다양한 참여자들이 자기만의 경제를 구축할 수 있는 네트워크이기 때문에 비단 개발자뿐만 아니라 이제 뭐 크리에이터가 됐던지 어떤 뭐 비즈니스 관련자들이 됐던지 여러 사람들이 이제 참여를 할 수 있다고 저는 생각합니다. 그러면 이제 이더리움을 만들어 나가는 이 시점에서 논의도 다 같이 이루어져야 된다고 생각을 하거든요. 그런데 아직까지 넌데브를 위한 친절한 EIP 문서는 없는 것 같아요. 그래서 이게 이제 제가 세 번째로 꼽은 EIP 온보딩이 힘든 이유입니다. 그리고 네 번째로는 이제 랭귀지 채널 베리어가 있겠죠. 이거는 뭐 EIP뿐만 아니라 블록체인 전역에 해당되는 문제인 것 같긴 한데 모든 것이 다 영어로 되어 있고 뭐 지금은 많이 바뀌고 있지만 주요한 컨퍼런스 콜 같은 것도 다 서구권 시간대에 맞춰가지고 우리가 참석을 해야 되고 이런 베리어들이 참 온보딩을 어렵게 하는 것 같습니다. 네, 그래서 블록체인 역사랑 이제 EIP 트렌드랑 어떻게 관련이 있고 EIP가 왜 중요한지 좀 살펴보았는데요. 마지막으로 발표를 마무리하면서 제가 3가지 정도 느낀 점을 좀 말씀드리려 합니다. 이제 첫 번째는 우화 포인트예요. 그래서 이더리움 프로토콜 거버넌스가 되게 훌륭한 본보기다라는 생각이 들었습니다. 사실 이제 거버넌스의 제1 목적을 이제 어떤 조직이 자기의 비전을 이루는 데 있어서 이루는 것이라고 저희가 가정을 한다면 사실 이더리움은 이제 트릴레마 해결을 통해서 어떤 글로벌 네트워크를 도약하는 게 비전이기 때문에 이런 비전과 EIP 트렌드가 굉장히 잘 얼라인한다라는 느낌을 받았습니다. 그리고 이제 되게 탈중앙화를 외치면서 온체인 거버넌스가 한창 유행을 했던 적이 있었습니다. 근데 EIP를 보면서 토큰 없이도 탈중앙화된 거버넌스가 가능하구나라는 걸 많이 느꼈어서 이런 점에서 이더리움은 굉장히 훌륭한 프로토콜 거버넌스구나라는 걸 생각을 했습니다. 물론 아직까지 더 이지얼 온보딩을 위한 노력들은 많이 남아 있지만요. 두 번째는 이제 EIP의 임플리케이션에 관한 겁니다. 사실 이더리움이 뭐 그럴 확률은 적겠지만 이더리움이 실패를 할 수도 있고 어떻게 보면 다른 체인들이 더 도미넌스를 가져 나갈 수도 있는 상황입니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 지금 이더리움은 가장 강력한 커뮤니티를 가지고 있고 이 커뮤니티로부터 나오는 이 리소스는 굉장히 가치 있다고 생각을 하거든요. 설령 이더리움이 실패하더라도 그거를 본보기 삼아서 실제로도 지금 많은 프로토콜들이 개발을 하고 있기 때문에 이 방대한 리소스는 되게 밸류어블하다고 생각을 합니다. 또 하나 이제 블록체인의 특성이 이제 포커빌리티죠. 그래서 만약에 이게 제너럴 퍼포스 블록체인이 채택이 아까 느리다고 말씀을 드렸는데 채택이 느리면은 그냥 자기가 포크해서 스페셜 퍼포스 블록체인을 만들어도 돼요. 예를 들어서 제가 뭐 이건 특정 프로토콜을 지지하는 건 아닌데 최근에 본 프로토콜 중에 럭소라는 프로토콜이 있었거든요. 이거는 이제 ERC20을 만드신 파비안이라는 분이 이제 ERC725도 제안을 하셨어요. 유니버설 프로필이라는 이제 그 EIP를 제안을 하셨는데 이거를 토대로 이제 크리에이티브 이코노미를 만들어 보겠다 해서 이제 체인을 따로 만드셨어요. 그래서 뭐 EIP 논의를 하다가 중간에 이제 EIP들을 몇 개 들고 나와서 어떤 특정 목적의 블록체인을 만드는 것도 생태계를 드라이빙하는 길 중에 하나다라는 걸 많이 느꼈습니다. 그래서 결론은 EIP가 되게 중요하다입니다. 그리고 마지막으로 이제 제가 리서처로 느낀 점을 한 가지 더 공유하고 싶습니다. 이제 리서처라고 하면 저는 항상 두 가지 책임이 있다고 생각을 합니다. 첫 번째는 내가 알고 있는 정보를 잘 그래뉴얼리 이렇게 좀 잘 이렇게 다듬어 가지고 재가공을 해서 여러 사람들한테 이제 전파를 하고 그 사람들로부터 하여금 이제 온보딩을 쉽게 하는 거죠. 그리고 이제 두 번째는 현상의 개선을 위해서 더욱 더 이제 깊은 토론을 촉진하는 거라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 이 관점에서 저는 이제 EIP를 조금 더 여러분들께 다양한 컨텐츠로 소개를 해야겠다고 마음을 먹었고 지금 준비 중에 있습니다. 네, 그래서 발표가 끝났습니다. 네, 같이 이더리움을 개선했으면 좋겠습니다. 그래서 협업 문의는 언제나 환영이고 혹시 문의 사항이 있으시거나 하시면 저기 이메일로 메일을 주시면 될 것 같고 저희 4필러스 홈페이지도 곧 런칭할 예정입니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you so much, Jae-jung. And yeah, I think it was really totally an in-depth research about the EIPs, especially like I was a bit surprised. There were still a newcomers, right? And which means that crypto and Ethereum community, developer communities are still open to the newcomers now. Yes. Thank you for the Jae-jung, for the bright research again. And please, let me introduce Jaden from Radius, right? Yep. He will discuss the decentralizations of sequences using encrypted mempools. In English.
Hello everyone, I'm Jaden, the co-founder of Radius. It is a true honor to stand before you today, presenting what Radius is all about and the spark your interest with the hope that you might contemplate becoming valued future members to our shared vision. My focus today revolves around the subject of decentralizing the sequencers with encrypted mempool. As many of you are aware, the Ethereum grappled with the trilemma of security and decentralization and scalability. In response, POS and sharding and rollups have been introduced and continuously refined. In this presentation, I will delve into the realm of scalability solutions, optimistic rollup and GK rollups, both being layer 2 solutions, have emerged, and they are preparing full-fledged service. Yes. Does this imply the challenges of scalability solutions are solved? My answer is no. Lately, the ecosystem's attention the turning toward the critical issue sequencing. The monopolization issue lies in the sequencing. And Radius stands as a company to making the solution for these challenges. Moving forward in my talks, I'm going to outline the concept of sequencing and emphasize critical significance and shed light how Radius pioneering solutions to address these challenges. What exactly do we mean by the term of sequencing? The StackNet, as the typical GK rollup, defines the role of sequencer as the responsible for arranging transactions and making them into the blocks. Some may suggest numerous sequencers or validators like layer 1 provide an answer. But across the instances of rollups, the presence of sequencer is unique or limited. Yeah. As understood as a form of authority, sequencer has the power to exclude the transaction from anyone, and also has the power to reordering transactions at its will. Sorry. So what is the critical issue in sequencing? Following extensive research into the situation where MAB transpires, Radius has arrived at the pivotal realization. It is an essential process. Sorry, I'm confused with the pages. Yeah, what is the issue in sequencing and the flexibility in in changing the order of transactions into the block, make this vulnerable. As shown in the figure, let's imagine that Alice want to buy X. Bob have prior knowledge about Alice's intent. Bob placed their transaction by X before the Alice's transaction. Subsequently, place a sell X transaction right after the Alice's transaction to buy X. This is the typical this is the classic example of MEB extraction. Just a simple action to buy and sell X. Bob manages secure profit. Yeah. As I explained, the sequencer is unique and or limited in the layer 2. I mean rollups. So the way in the layer 1 cannot be used in the layer 2. So what is the reduced approach? After researching the MEB extraction, MEB transpires, we get to the results about this, and the ordering transactions for everyone is needed, but it can make undue advantage to sequencers. So Radius aimed encrypted mempool is the best solution for that, for addressing that. Process is like that. User will encrypt their transaction and before transmitting it to the sequencer, and then during processing, sequencer has no information about the transaction. It solves everything. Allow me explain in more detail. We making encrypted mempool. We have used the time lock puzzle. As I explained, the user encrypt TX before transmitting it to the sequencer, and at the same time place the key into the time lock puzzle, and then sequencer will respond with order command after, and then sequencer starts to solve time lock puzzle and get the key, and finally decrypt the encrypted TX. 죄송한데 그 PPT가 업데이트가 안 된 것 같은데요. Sorry for the delay. Maybe maybe presentation file is not updated. Radius's encrypted mempool isn't mere the concept. It's a technology that has been both accepted and implemented by the project. For saving your time, I'm going to explain the status of project. Project Madara has actively chosen to use the encrypted mempool and is currently in the implementation phase. Before explaining the architecture in the encrypted mempool in Madara, let me introduce Madara. Madara serves as a representative sequencer to support app chain running on Starknet. It is also fastest sequencer. Finally. Yeah, this is the architecture of encrypted mempool in Madara. As I explained, the client, I'm going to explain the flow of the encrypted mempool in Madara. A client will encrypt the transaction and at the same time place key into the time lock puzzle and transmitting them to the Madara. After getting them, immediately Madara responds with the order comments with the client. That means the transaction order of transaction in the block is fixed. And then the block proposer in Madara request the block. Then the block is generated. At the same time, the order comment list and the encrypted TX will be stored in the DA. Finally, client or watcher will check the validation of that data from DA. In this case, watcher anyone can be watcher. So this architecture is on the discussing with the Madara core developers. So it is not fixed, but you need to focus on the process between client and Madara. Yeah. For those interested in singing, the encrypted memple's real-world implementation, not implementation, not the POC, you will be you will be able to experience it firsthand by running Madara in the near future. With this, I have presented Radius's perspective of, on the sequencing challenges. Actually, a topic that has received relatively limited attention, and the innovative solutions we've developed. Actually, encrypted mempool is not our final goal. The shared sequencer is shared sequencer based on the encrypted mempool is our final goal. But today we are focusing on the encrypted mempool, and also while various teams have put forward their own solutions, Radius strives to stand distinct in our approach. We are a team unwilling to compromise when it comes to providing solutions. Hence, whenever we face challenges, our initial concern is to turn to the cryptography or GK to make robust solution. This profound vision of Radius, which is still continuous in this day, deeply resonated with me to join Radius in the early stage of the company. I'm sure many of you here share similar experiences and sentiments like myself. Our aspiration is for you to emphasize our vision. Additionally, your sustained interest in Radius's advancements achievements would be much appreciated, and perhaps even join us future members of our team or contribute to our forthcoming open source in the near future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jaden, for outlining the importance of decentralized sequences. And now, catering is fully ready for you guys. So please feel free to enjoy. It's on the second floor of each building, and also the cocktail bars and the coffee stations are here too. And we have our community events, which is called 널뛰기, and that is kind of like a Korean traditional event, so you can try it on. You can just try on the rooftop, please. Thank you, and we will be gathering here at 13:30 p.m., 1:30 p.m. 저희 식사가 2층에 준비되었으니까 맛있게 드셔주시면 감사하겠습니다. 식사가 각동 2층에 준비되었어요. 2층. 네. Now the friends, now the catering is ready on the second floor, so you can just eat. 발표 재개 시작하겠습니다. 10분 후에는 소라 소혜감이 발표자께서 준비해 주실 예정입니다. So folks, let me kindly notice that the next presentation will resume in 10 minutes. Yes, friends, it's a bit hot outside here, but now we have Sora Suegami. So he will be presenting and introducing us to GK email and on-chain email verification using GKPs in English.
Hi, I'm Surasegami. Thank you for coming here today. So I would like to talk about our project, GK Email. So everybody, have you ever tried to send crypto assets to non-crypto users? When we ask them to install wallet application, they often say, installing a new software is troublesome, or why don't you set up my wallet for me? In this way, to interact with Ethereum, everyone needs to create an Ethereum account. And the problem here is smart contracts cannot import data published by trusted persons or companies without additional trust assumptions if they don't support Ethereum. To solve these problems, we propose to make every email address Ethereum account. By doing so, you can send crypto assets directly to your email address. All the recipient needs is just an email address. Moreover, smart contracts can directly read the contents of the email as Oracle data without the help of custodians or data providers. This is what our GKM email will achieve. So from now on, I'll explain the features and mechanisms of GK email with this outline. First, the basic idea of GK email is you generate proofs from your email using GKP. And this proof says the claimed sender's email address or contents such as subject are actually included in your email. And this proof is verified by smart contracts on-chain. So you may think about how our circuit actually verifies the emails. When you send emails, most email domain servers, such as Gmail, attach an Alice signature to claim your email is not forged. This protocol, called DKIM, is usually introduced to prevent spam emails. So our email verification circuit follows this DKIM protocol to verify the emails with the Alice signature. As long as email domain servers such as Gmail does not generate signatures for the forged emails, smart contracts can securely authenticate the senders and the contents of the emails. So next, I'll explain the details of the circuit implementations. Our email verification circuit is constructed from Alice signature circuit, Alice verification chip, SHA-2 chip supporting dynamic length input, and regix verification chip. The email header is first hashed by the SHA-2 chip, and that hash and the Alice signature is verified by the Alice verification chip, along with the Alice public key for the domain. And the email header is also checked by the regix verification chip to assert its characters satisfies predefined regular expressions. And it outputs the substrings of the email header, such as email address in the form field. Among those chips, the most interesting one is the regix verification chip. So our library generates a regix verification chip for user-defined regular expressions in 3 steps. First, it converts your regix into an equivalent deterministic finite automaton, DFA. Second, you specify state transitions, which is corresponding to the substrings to be exposed. And third, our library generates the circuit specific to this generated DFA and the substring state transitions. So for example, if we want to verify the regix like hello, and 0 or 1 or 2 plus word, and you want to expose the digit pad as a substring, you can specify the state transitions from 6 to 7 and 7 to 7, like this one. And the generated regix chip works by moving states in the DFA according to their input characters. So in that case, the state will move from 1 to 2 by H, moves from 2 to 6 by ELLO, moves from 6 to 7 by 2 and 1, and moves from 7 to 12 by word. After checking all characters, it asserts the final state is equal to the accepted state. If so, we can say the input characters satisfies predefined user-defined regular expressions. And it finally outputs the characters whose state transitions are specified as substrings. And this is how our regix chip basically works. And in practice, you can use this website to visualize your regix of to visualize the DFA of your regix. So from this map, you can find which state transition is corresponding to your substring. And also, you can define your regix more easily by decomposed regix definition. So for example, if you want to verify the regix like this one, which matches such as transfer 1.2 ether, then you will write these regix definition into the decomposed way, like these ones. And if you want to expose the variable parts, in particular, amount part and the currency name part as a substring, you specify these is public parameters into true for these parts. Then, our library automatically finds the state transitions, which is corresponding to the regix definition of these public parts. So, if you can write your regix and substrings into the decomposed way, you only need to write one JSON file to define this decomposed regix. So finally, I'll present some application of GK email. First, you can prove some identities. So for example, if you prove a password reset email from Twitter and expose the Twitter ID in the email, you can prove you actually own this Twitter account. You can similarly prove your contribution to the GitHub repository by proving repository invitation email from GitHub. And with small changes, you can also prove the JSON web tokens. So you can use that to prove your email address is belonging to the domain of a certain company or organizations. So, for example, it will be helpful when you want to report your company's illegal actions with revealing you actually belong to this company, but hiding who you are. And you can also anonymously prove your KYC by proving confirmation emails from multiple KYC providers, such as Coinbase or Airbnb. And of course, you can mask some private information in these emails using GK. In this way, using GK email, you can reuse the existing identity infrastructures, and you can protect some privacies in these emails. Second, we can construct contract wallet using GK email. So by replacing your email address with an Ethereum address and the message in the email with the intent of the transaction, we can regard an email as an Ethereum transaction. So using GK email, a contract wallet can enable a user to send crypto assets simply by sending emails. We call this email wallet. You can try our demo of email wallet from here. So accessing to this website, you will see this window, and you can write the amount and the currency of the token and the recipient's email address. So in this example, I'm trying to send one test token to the Bittrex email address. And here, a recipient does not take any actions before receiving tokens using this email wallet. So you can send tokens to any email address as long as recipient's email domain is supported. So you push this send via Gmail button. Then it pops up the Gmail window because this button is just a mail to link. And you only need to send this email by pushing this send button. That's all. So in this example, just by sending this email, you can send one test token to the Bittrex email address. After waiting a few minutes, you will receive confirmation emails like these ones. And it includes transaction link. And by clicking this link, then you can check your email transaction is actually executed on-chain. So please try our demo here. In this way, if a user deposits Ether or ERC20 tokens into email wallet contract, user can send it to other user by sending email with a message like send X Ether to the recipient's email address. And it does not require any actions from the recipient. And moreover, the user can exchange Ether for DAI via Uniswap by sending email with a message like swap X Ether to DAI. Like this one, user can make any kinds of transaction just by changing the message format in the email. And this is the system architecture of email wallets. Here, a new role layer is introduced. The layer does additional work in email wallet, in particular, proof generation and interaction with contracts. So users don't have to install any new applications, unlike existing wallet services. And we can use existing email domain servers, such as Gmail, without modification. However, this layer cannot steal users' funds because they cannot generate valid proof without signatures from the email domain server. In other words, as long as existing email domain servers, such as Gmail, does not generate proofs, signatures for forged emails, the user's assets in the email wallet are secure. Okay, so this is the final example of application. So we can also construct public goods funding for individuals or organizations who have never used Ethereum, such as researchers in non-crypto fields. So in more detail, a public goods funding contract can import research papers in the email using GK email. And it can evaluate some contribution of the paper based on some voting mechanisms or based on the number of citations. And if it finds the author of this paper has a lot of contribution, it can directly send fundings to the researcher's email address through email wallets, because the researcher's email address is usually included in the research paper. We think this kind of application is super interesting because even when non-crypto users will find it useful, valuable, and exciting. And we have more kinds of applications like these ones. And some of them, such as GKP2P, is developed by other open source developers. Okay, let's conclude today's presentation. So GK emails is, in short, trust scaling technology. GK email scales trust in emails. Using this feature, smart contracts can directly read the contents of the existing emails as Oracle data. And users can make Ethereum transactions simply by sending emails. And users and smart contracts can designate the individuals or organizations by email addresses instead of Ethereum addresses. So using GK email, every email user is now Ethereum user. And we hope using using these GK email powers, we hope more developers will develop new kinds of Ethereum applications. And we currently provide two kinds of email verification circuits, a second version and the healthy version. And we plan to optimize the second version for server-side proof generation, like a layer in the email wallet, because it provides faster proof, but it requires a lot of memory, and it cannot adjust the balance between prover and verifier. And in contrast, we plan to optimize the healthy version for client-side proving, such as proof of identities. Because in contrast, it can adjust the balancing. It can adjust the trade-off balance between prover and verifier by changing the parameters. So please let us know if you want to start a new project using our GK email. So thank you for listening. So do you have any question? Does anyone have questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Sora, for sharing your insights. And now we have Dave from Tyco. Okay.
Hello. I'm just curious, how do I use this?
Yes, you can insert this.
Okay.
Yes.
And where do I point it?
Wherever.
Oh, anywhere?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Hey, everyone. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, I think I got this working now. So, hey everyone, it's nice to meet you. I am Dave from Tyco. So we work on a ZK rollup, a fully permissionless ZK rollup. And today I'll share about some of the things that we've learned, especially in regards to this permissionless nature of the rollup. So the main topic that I'll be going through is actually PBS, because it turns out that PBS is a very useful part of this whole permissionless rollup. So out of curiosity, does everyone here know what PBS is or not really? No? You know what PBS is? You guys understand PBS? Okay. So I want to keep the talk beginner friendly. So just, so you can kind of understand what everything is. And you guys know what a rollup is? Okay. Okay, cool. All right, so we'll talk about Tyco as a rollup, and we'll talk about PBS, give a little bit of an intro for beginners, and then we will talk about this specialized proposer and prover role, which we're seeing emerge. All right, so what is Tyco / what is a rollup? Since you guys already know, I'll just breeze through this. I know it's kind of hard to see the font here, but essentially a rollup is just trying to scale the two parts of a computer, like the storage and the actual execution. So it's just doing a lot of these things off-chain on another chain instead of Ethereum, right? So some of the basic aspects of a rollup are these things that are happening off-chain need to get published somewhere. That's what they refer to as like a data availability layer. So you need to publish the data, and then you need someone to go ahead and prove that data. And then lastly, you have people who are able to like run nodes and they actually look at the data that's been posted on chain, and they can derive the state of the rollup. So usually people will submit transactions to some mempool, and there will be a sequencer that will look inside of that mempool, and they will sequence the transactions and then post them on the data availability layer like Ethereum. But Tyco is very different in this regard, where there isn't a sequencer. Actually, anyone can propose a block for the rollup. So it's fully permissionless. It's not permissioned by some sequencer address. And also with the proving on all of our testnets, people can inspect the chain and they can submit valid snarks. They can submit proofs for the block and earn some rewards. So everything on Tyco is fully permissionless, which is makes for some interesting properties. And yeah, this is a little bit difficult to see the text, but essentially it's what I talked about. Like you can have on that L1 contract some check to make sure that things are from a certain sequencer address, or you can just allow it to be fully permissionless. And the last thing I'll say about this is this is referred to as like a based rollup. If you look at this on like some online or some research forums, and it's called a based rollup because Ethereum is like the base layer, and essentially the Ethereum validators end up being the sequencer for the rollup. There's no like middle layer. It's just Ethereum is the sequencer. Okay, so now I will talk about PBS and why this is useful. So the first thing we kind of realized is that permissionless roles are not as fun as we thought they would be. And what we mean by that is, like, it may sound very cool, like you tell your community or people come to use your rollup, like, hey, you can come in and propose blocks or approve some blocks, but really there is a lot of economic stake at the table for doing these actions. Actually, that's why a lot of rollups will run a sequencer, right? There's a huge like MEV opportunity for them to make money as like a rollup if they're running their own sequencer. So there's a lot on the table here for people to actually make money. And that will cause some type of competition among people trying to propose these blocks. And yeah, and it'll end up making the protocol more efficient from this type of competition. So one thing that we learned, and I think Ethereum kind of learned about this as well, also to talk a little bit about what PBS is on Ethereum, when all of these transactions are happening, there is an opportunity for a single validator to decide what is inside of a block, right? And the thing is it's difficult for the validator to know that. So what they do is they tap into an off-chain market. This is the what is proposer builder separation. Right now, it's like commonly known as MEV Boost. But essentially, the validators will run the MEV Boost software, and that will allow them to select blocks from more specialized actors that can build more profitable blocks, and they'll just select from there. So it means that the protocol is like very simple, and it does all of this like complicated stuff off-chain. And we've noticed that this is useful for our protocol as well, to try to keep things very simple inside of the protocol and allow some of the more complicated logic to happen outside. Yeah, so this is kind of how the MEV would look on an L2. You can kind of think about it very similar to how it would look like on L1, right? So on L1, you have the mempool. People are looking at the different transactions. They're creating bundles on which one can give them the best MEV opportunity, maybe some sandwich or arbitrage. They submit it to a block builder. And the block builder creates like this optimal ordering for them to extract the most MEV, and they send it off to a relay, and a validator will pick the best blocks. Now, on L2, it's essentially the same thing. There's another mempool. This is the L2 mempool. People are searching for these opportunities on the L2, but the difference is there's no block proposer on the L2 for like a based rollup. The block proposer is really just the L1 validator, because there's no a consensus or like elected validator to construct a block. So really these L2 block builders are kind of like searchers on L1. So in a way, like they're looking at the L1 mempool, they may be looking at the L2 mempool and trying to extract some cross-domain MEV, and they are creating like these blocks that will end up on the L2. And then, okay, so this is like some pseudocode, just because, you know, I want to give an example of how this will really look. So the thing is when anyone is able to propose a block, you don't have one elected participant to be able to propose that block, you need to have some type of conditional check to make sure that that the block will actually be profitable, because otherwise multiple people will be submitting the same block and there could be some duplicates. So basically when you when the L2 block builder will submit this transaction to create the L2 block, they just need to assert some condition. Maybe it's the current block ID of the L2 or the current block hash to make sure that this is the condition before we actually end up proposing the block. So they know that it's profitable and there's not another proposed block transactions coming in before that. Yeah, and then I'll talk about this. We talked about the proposer. We have seen that the proposer is a very important role on a based rollup L2. It's fairly sophisticated, and they need to be very cognizant of this MEV and PBS infrastructure. Another role that we've seen be kind of interesting on our L2 is this prover. So basically, we used to try to make the protocol very specific about how we wanted to handle people generating proofs, right? And if you've been interested in the ZK space, you might, and even just Ethereum in general, you probably were interested in like mining, right? Like people will go out and they'll buy GPUs and they'll want to make money essentially, right? They'll go to the store, they'll buy some GPUs, they want to make money. The same thing is going to happen with ZK as well too, where people want to make money. They want to see how can I be a part of this new thing that there's this new market demand, I guess, right? The market is demanding ZK proofs. I want to be able to provide that and make some money. So we're trying to think, okay, so how can we like allow these people to come in, use their hardware, and generate these proofs? And in the beginning, we had this very specific like staking pool design, and now we've kind of decided that we want to simplify the protocol and basically allow a lot of this complicated infra to happen outside of the protocol and to happen like off-chain. So now the protocol is a lot more simple, and these staking pools and things kind of happen off-chain. Yeah, and we expect these kind of like proof markets to emerge, similar to builder markets. And yeah, so I'm not sure what my time is at, honestly. I haven't really checked it, so hopefully I'm not too over. But yeah, the conclusions for this are essentially that if you are designing a protocol, one thing that we learned about protocol design is that you can make things maybe more simple. Like ask yourself, do you really need to have this in your protocol? Does this really need to happen on-chain? Or can I just require some more simple things on-chain and do a lot of stuff like off-chain? And that might actually make your protocol more secure because it's more simple, and it might allow more efficiency to occur. So that's one thing I'd say from our learnings about protocol design. Another learning is that I think it's quite nice that we don't have a sequencer, like to some degree, because we provide a lot of value back to ETH itself, which I think is very nice. And yeah, so also the last thing to keep in mind is that if you want to take part in this this L2 future and like, oh, how can I make like money in some sense, right? Like how can I run a searcher or run a prover and things like that? Just keep in mind that these are these kind of more specialized roles, and you want to look into these things like PBS and MEV. So yeah, that's all that I had. I hope this was helpful for you guys, and I can take any questions if you have any. Thanks.
Thank you, Taiko. Yes. Sure. So, yeah, personally, I think it's very interesting because like I can see the developments of the Ethereum ecosystems. For example, like when we have the issues of the MEVs, now we have Taikos and like radios or something like that, right? I think it's a bit early, and maybe we can resume our speeches in 20 minutes. So we will be resuming our speeches in 2:20 for that, as scheduled. Thank you.
여기까지 일단 제가 껐어요. 아, 요거? 네. 일단 시작할 때 제가 다시 킬게요. 네. 여기다 놓겠습니다. 네. 이렇게 할게요. 아, 지금은 왜 다 들어가고 이따가 아, 미치겠네.
mentioning what you worked on. Some of those I prepared, and then I talked to Taiko today, and they say, well, that's not how we built it. I just changed what we could.
So you're gonna talk about like optimism and
You should be talking. You know more.
maybe in a couple of months later.
That's what we all do, just stealing your thunder.
No worries. Now it's getting cooler, luckily. And now we have Thomas from the Nethermind, right? Yes. Please applause. Yes.
Hi, everyone. How do I switch on the slides? Oh, here they are. Thank you. Uh-huh. All right, hi everyone. We'll be talking about PBS in Ethereum and Layer 2. So this is the work that I've been on for the last few months now, and actually I've been working with Jinsuk on this recently, so he's done much of the work for this. So it's coming to you from Korea. And many teams that build on PBS or around PBS and L2s are from Korea as well. So I think you have Radius here, and others are coming too. Chroma is building L2, so fun place. I think I should ask people first, how many of you know what PBS is? 3 people, okay. That's good. That sets the tone. Like I try to explain to you first, because this is like this is the latest, the edge of research for L2 PBS. But we'll talk about some basics maybe. Yeah. Okay, so the PBS somehow very unexpectedly became a bit of a like narrative or meme recently. PBS initially was designed for Ethereum, the merge. So when Ethereum was merging the Beacon chain with the execution client, we knew that there is a risk that what will happen after the merge is that among those 700,000 validators nowadays, we wanted to encourage solo stakers not to pull together with the large pools. And well, many solo stakers want to stake solo as long as they're not severely disadvantaged for that. So we realized that for the merge, there was MEV, so the value that goes to the privileged actors in the ecosystem. If you create blocks, people can pay you, but they can pay you only if you can create that block very, very efficiently. So if you can execute liquidations, if you can execute arbitrage, if you can do some like trade injections, or maybe take some valuable NFTs or act after Oracle updates and so on and so on. All of this is miner extractable value, or think about privileged act or block builder extractable value. And the solo staker is not good at this. So they cannot extract much value. So they would be always disadvantaged against those large pool operators that can invest some money into those processes. They can team up with financial institutions, traders, hedge funders, arbitragers, people who've done it for many, many years, who can have access to market data, blocks, who can scan very quickly and simulate the chain. So this is a long intro, but it's needed. So that's when we introduced PBS. We separated the role of the proposer, so the participant of consensus, the one who announces which block is now. And most of the L2s have this like leader election. They say, you're a proposer now. You can propose a block. You're a proposer now. You're a proposer now. And every time the proposer is about to propose a block, normally they would just build that block. They could collect transactions, select them, build a block, and announce it. But that's when they have to be very good at building blocks, like at reordering transactions. And it requires a lot of computation. It's very expensive to run infrastructure for that and to have a knowledge for that and people who can do that. So if you leave the proposer separately from the builder and you create a connection, create the market for builders to compete, who pays the most to the proposer, then the proposer can say, okay, I just run this simple thing, announcements of the blocks, and I listen, I wait for those who can construct the best blocks. And this is PBS. And as a component that is connecting proposers with builders, we introduce a MEV boost on Ethereum. And this has been running for a year now, right? Almost, since the merge. And suddenly, I think 3 months ago, everyone started talking about PBS, which was more like a technical concept, but it became a meme in a way, to the level that during IFCC conference in Paris, we launched PBS Day, and it was like a massive success in the sense of attendance and interest, and it attracted a lot of speakers. And why it became so popular is because, as you know, like the rollups are just arriving at their like mainnets, usability, they start getting TVL users and so on. So rollups are a big thing now. And they arrive at the moment where they have to start talking about decentralization. They start, everything is ready, and now they run those centralized sequencers, and everybody says, oh, you have problems with liveness, you have problems with censorship resistance, you have problems with MEV extraction, because either you extract this MEV or you leave it on the table. If you leave it on the table without any mechanism, then you can be hammered by people who just randomly try to post the transactions in the right places, and so on and so on. So during PBS Day, and I encourage you to go to that link, and I'll be showing a few links here, so take pictures, go read. It's interesting topics for the protocol engineering. There are people from Arbitrum, from Aztec, Scroll, Paradigm, Flashbots, and so on. So like many of the major rollups where they're talking about what they think about PBS. At the same time, well, so I should have introduced myself. I work with Flashbots and Nethermind. Flashbots does everything related to improving protocol in the context of the threat of MEV. And Nethermind is supporting Flashbots and other protocols with the protocol engineering, so solutions for the infrastructure. So PBS is a connection of MEV and protocol engineering, designing the protocol of the layer 2s. So it very naturally fits into what I do mostly. So the PBS Day and the topics that you see, like not only we talk about proposer builder separation, but we start asking question, are there opportunities for MEV if you could build blocks for multiple rollups at the same time? So here it's like shared sequencers talk about it. Like the shared sequencers say we can deliver additional value if we can atomically build the blocks on multiple L2s. So it's one of the topics when we talk about PBS. Enshrined PBS is how to remove the trusted components from PBS, because we don't like trusted components on blockchain, and at the moment Ethereum, a hugely popular chain, which you probably know, is using trusted relays and MEV boost relay connection, and everyone accepts it. So there's like a bit, because there's few players, so it's reputation based, and it's enough value and reputation that they don't play against each other. But it's a risk. It's a risk in the protocol, and there's no solution. So Enshrined PBS talks about let's go and remove the trusted player and use the attestation committees on Ethereum to vote on what we see. A pretty difficult topic. Like researchers have real trouble to get it right, the Enshrined PBS. Modularity, so people from Cosmos ecosystem are asking, where does PBS fit into Tendermint and Cosmos? How does it fit into Celestia, Rollkit, and so on? And yeah, shared sequencers. So at that time we had Espresso, but I imagine Radius would talk about it too. Okay, so when we talk about MEV and PBS, like very often without understanding of MEV, there is like, MEV has a bit of a bad name, because, well, there is toxic MEV and there is MEV, which is just something neutral, something that just is there and you have to deal with it somehow. But the toxic MEV is like sandwiching users, like hacking protocols by placing position, like taking advantage of some problems with the protocols and so on. So lots of toxic flow, toxic orders, and reactions from the L2s at the beginning is sometimes like, we don't want MEV on our L2. We don't want to enable it. It's not something that you enable. It's something that is there. Like it's arbitrage opportunities just exist whenever you move one exchange, the other exchange has different price and you have arbitrage opportunity. Liquidations are required for the many DeFi protocols need liquidators to execute what they're supposed to do, and so on and so on. All of this is MEV and it's just there. And if you don't deal with it in a proper way, can be through encryption, can be through structure like PBS, can be through some kind of auction, first come, first served, and statistical arbitrage and so on. If you don't deal with it, very often it means that the protocol is suboptimal in the financial operations. But the questions are right, especially as there is like a bad name about MEV and people want to know like, oh, like how we make sure that it's not coming to us? Like, are you really following the ethical approach to MEV if you introduce PBS? And generally, from Flashbot's perspective, it's all about extracting as much MEV, but it doesn't mean that Flashbots extract MEV or that the Flashbots helps the searchers or bad players extract as much MEV as possible. Flashbot says extract as much MEV as possible and assign it to the users. Because there's no sense to leave the MEV in the protocol because it's just be there in the next block. So you want to be super efficient. Extract as much MEV as possible means be extremely efficient at making the chain perfectly balanced on the pricing, liquidations executed, and so on. And then when you have this MEV, assign it to the users. And whatever you cannot assign to the users, spread it to all the protocol users. Because sometimes the user generates MEV, and sometimes it's like protocol has MEV without any action from the user. And anything that is left from what user didn't take, what protocol didn't take as like all users, you try to push to the proposers, to the validators. Because these are actors that are protecting the chain. And then whatever you didn't manage to push there, it's what searchers, what the financial markets capture. And ideally, this would be zero, or enough for them for these critical operations to be executed. Okay. And in the rollups, specifically when you hear what our Arbitrum team says, and it's very meaningful and reasonable. They say, well, PBS was introduced on Ethereum because there's 700,000 validators, and you have to promote this solution that gives solo stakers access to the market. The solo staker doesn't have to be a big player to connect to the relay and all the block builders. But if you have one sequencer, or if you have even decentralization as 5 sequencers, you don't have to do that. Possibly you don't. So when we explore it, we just don't say that, okay, this is the only way to go with PBS. We think maybe there are other solutions, and we go from L2 to L2 asking questions of how are you solving it now? Did you think about this? Did you think about this? Because very often they didn't think about something that we have, and we want to make sure that everyone has a solution that actually makes the protocol very, very safe and properly scales Ethereum. Okay, I have to move faster, I think. Read about alternatives, encrypted mempools. This I mentioned, enshrined PBS, removing relays. I'm leaving the links for if you have access to this. And we started making proposals, and the one thing that I would like to mention for sure is the proof of governance idea. So it's a very simple idea, but we named it recently, and it's like a slight change of our proof of authority. So you select the list of validators instead of creating permissionless set of validators. So some of the rollups say we'll have to stake to become the validator, become the sequencer on our rollup. But there is proposal, and mostly Jean Charbonneau is naming it as a proof of governance. And he says, well, no. The social consensus of the protocol is really following what the governance can express through the votes, through the snapshot votes. And instead of delegating tokens, like staking tokens, which is very expensive as a cost of capital is expensive, just vote for who are the sequencers for you that can propose blocks. And if you have a governance looking at the sequencers, if they're malicious, if they cannot be trusted, that they'll be removed by the governance. And if this is 5 of them, you can actually pay attention. If there's 700,000 of them, you cannot do that. It's like just too much of the social coordination. But with the 5 large, well-known, decentralized sequencers, you can do that, which means that our first proposal for Optimus was exactly this. We said, well, we don't want to have permissionless set. We don't need a trusted relay because there's already a trusted player in the mechanism. There's a trusted sequencer governed by this proof of governance, and it can run the relay module to listen to the block builders and to process all the simulation protection from the malicious blocks, and also do the priority queues and so on, and select the best block. So we simply say there will be, let's say, 5, 10, 20 sequencers that will be monitored by the governance. They expose the relay module, and this is how they introduce PBS. Because even if you have 5 very sophisticated sequencers, they might be chosen not for the reason of being efficient in financial markets. They may not be best in extracting the value from the chain, which means that you still want to separate it and introduce the builder market. So this is, at the moment, the very simple Flashbot's proposal of how to upgrade MEV boost from Ethereum to layer 2 by removing the trusted relay and still maintaining the builder market. And the builders are permissionless here, the same way as in Ethereum 2. Okay. Then we followed with this is something that we work on now. So we look at the proof of authority chain. So before even proof of governance, you have just proof of authority or like some kind of delegated proof of stake combined with proof of authority. And Binance, Linea, Polygon, they are very similar in this aspect. They are saying that, like, okay, there is a set of selected sequencers and they propose blocks. Well, technically it looks almost exactly the same as the proof of governance. The mechanism for selecting those validators is different, but the number of validators is similar, which means that you can propose exactly the same set because still there is some authority that is monitoring whether they are malicious, so they are trusted. And since they are trusted, you don't have to introduce trusted relay. There's already trusted mechanism, and you still have permissionless builders, and you use exactly the same approach. Then Scroll is here. It's like the first of the ZK rollups. And in the ZK rollups, you have to start thinking about something more. You have to start thinking about the prover market. And because there exists like a role of sequencer and prover, then many of the proposals on L2s in the ZK systems start to twist a bit the PBS and say that actually what you can do is you can treat the prover a bit like a proposer while sequencer becomes a builder, or even prover is a builder, and try to experiment with those roles in a way that actually can create efficient markets both for proving and for block building. And the most inefficient form, in a way, like Scroll suggests the most inefficient form when there are two separate staking markets and you pay for staking for security on L1, and then you pay for staking for your block builders, for proposers, and then you pay for staking for the provers. So like 3 times paying for the security of your system while we were all saying that rollups borrow security from L1. So this is very like half-baked solutions. Scroll is working on it now actively and proposing ideas and participating in the research, but it's worth to look. They jokingly call it prover sequencer separation. And apart from that, the mechanism is similar. Like sequencers make bids, and the highest paying bid is the best one, so you have the block building market, but it's just the prover that selects now the best block. So instead of splitting sequencer into 2, you just remove that role of selecting block to the prover. Now, Starknet goes with Tendermint and introduces the prover market for, not prover market, but provers get the sequencers become provers. And sequencers through this, like, what's shown here is so-called chain proof protocol with braiding. We're like separating the chains of blocks into multiple strands that for each of the strands, the block builder, the sequencer is responsible for creating one of the proofs from the past, and then also braid from different strands to combine them together. So they actually recursively build the proofs and also start merging the proofs into a single rope, like a single path. But also they want to parallelize the proving into multiple lines, so it actually goes faster. It's parallelized between multiple operators of proving, multiple sequencers. And Starknet so far really is not working that much on PBS. But when you think about it, adding PBS here, like even if you have a single sequencer, PBS is already possible, because single sequencer may not be efficient in taking MEV, which means that it can actually say, oh, I'm still leaving the problems of the liveness. I may fail, I may be attacked, so I may be censored by some government agency, so I don't decentralize, but I still want to delegate the block building to others, and I want to create the block building market to get the most efficient MEV extraction. So the specialists will be building blocks, and I'll be just announcing the best ones. So in majority of the solutions, whichever direction they go, like PBS is a possible path. And that's what we see so far, that adding PBS, that's why we build proof of concept, because say, let's look at how simple it is and propose it to everyone and then start having conversation. Why not? Like how do you solve it better? Because we think that there is really not that much better way to do it. Tycho, happily I had a conversation with Tycho team just moments ago, and I said like, oh, I'll tell how it works, and they told me, well, like we changed it entirely last week. So I guess it's better to simply ask Tycho how it will work. We'll have a meeting next week, and this is fun. This is exactly what we're doing. We go to those L2s, and because this is so fresh and changing and dynamic, we help them to understand, like, if they're changing it much, it means that they are searching for the solution, for the good solution. And all the teams are doing that. It's not Tycho, it's just Tycho doing it now, which means that maybe they're doing it faster than others. Others will start changing it in a month. So it just shows that it's important. And for the end, I'll say, where in all of this SWAV lands? Do you still have 4 minutes? Is it okay, or? 4 minutes. I bought 4 minutes. All right, so SWAV from Flashbots is the system for decentralized block building that says that we deploy a chain that allows to deploy smart contracts that use precompiles on Ethereum, but those precompiles are not standard precompiles, but are special precompiles that are embedded in a trusted execution environment in enclaves and allow to process block construction based on confidential data of transactions that are sent to SWAV chain. And through the SWAV chain, you can create a market for multiple different smart contracts that define how to build a block. And those different block building ways, methods, are competing with each other for the most efficient block construction. And because they support the confidential data store and confidential flow of transactions, they have advantage of order flow over the builders that do not support it. Like, so some other builders may have exclusive order flow, their proprietary order flow of the builder searchers, and so on, but they may not be able to win over a confidential flow that is available for the builders on SWAV. So hopefully the decentralized block building with the confidential protection for the users, where users say what you can do with their transactions, hopefully it's winning. And also because SWAV construction says, well, we just don't give a single recipe for block building, but we create a protocol for defining how the block building can be done. So it leaves the space for the shared sequencers, it leaves the space for the atomic swaps, so like bridging, it leaves the space for various different L2s, combinations, cross-domain building. And to do all of this, it actually needs PBS, because SWAV doesn't participate in consensus. SWAV is not proposer, SWAV is a builder. And this tells us, well, we need to show L2s that we believe this is the way, and this is like what follows. Like, you can connect to the market between all the L2s, and you can connect to the market of all the shared sequencers or the block builders, all the innovation. And this is like permissionless chain where everyone can innovate of how to deliver MEV solutions for the block building. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you once again, Thomas. Like, as an audience, I can also, again, feel that it's very dynamic community in Ethereum. Because when we are dealing with like MEV problems, there are Tychos, Nethermind, various. A lot of them are like seeking their own ways. It's very like beautiful, I think. Yes. Thank you once again. And now we have Jong-seung Kim, who will be presenting in Korean. But the material itself is fully ready in English. So please, yes, have a seat and enjoy his speech about the citizenship, the real new citizenship.
안녕하세요. 네, SK텔레콤의 김종승입니다. 네, 야외에서 발표하는 거는 정말 처음이네요. 제가 최소한 200번은 컨퍼런스에서 발표를 했던 것 같은데 정말 오늘은 생소하면서도 뜻깊은 자리인 것 같습니다. 이게 오늘 모임이 이 세미나가 이 빌더들의 해커톤, 빌거분들의 해커톤 행사인데 이게 익숙지 않게 정치 철학적인 주제를 가지고 발표를 하게 되었는데요. 이게 이번 행사의 그 내용을 자세히 보시면 쿼드레틱 펀딩이라고 되어 있는데 이게 큐브에 기반한 모델이라서 제 생각에는 여기 계신 분들에게 이 이론이 어떻게 만들어졌고 이 근간이 뭔지에 대해서 설명하는 게 의미가 있을 것 같아서 준비를 해봤습니다. 네, 눈에 잘 안 들어오시죠? 네, 간단히 오늘 말씀드릴 내용을 설명드리자면 이게 웹3 하면 우리가 이제 기술적 관점에서 많이 생각을 하죠. 그리고 그게 당연하죠. 태생 자체가 기술에서 시작을 했기 때문에. 그런데 조금만 눈을 돌려보면 이 웹3는 이 경제 시스템 관점으로 확대해서 볼 수가 있습니다. 그래서 금융 쪽에 많은 유즈 케이스가 있는 것도 이 맥락이고요. 그런데 한편으로 그 더 밑으로 내려가 보면 이거는 이 경제학의 문제이기도 하지만 근본적으로는 정치 철학적인 주제이기도 합니다. 왜냐? 웹3에서 이야기하는 거는 탈중앙화잖아요. 탈중앙화라고 했을 때는 뭔가 이 센트럴라이즈된 오소리티 없이 이런 커뮤니티에서 뭔가 의사결정을 한다는 건데 이건 이제 권력의 문제인 거죠. 그러면 그 근간에 뭐가 있는지 우리가 집중적으로 볼 필요가 있습니다. 그래서 저는 이 웹3의 가장 중요한 축이라고 얘기할 수 있는 거버넌스에 대해서 조금 더 살펴보고 그 거버넌스를 이루는 시민권 개념, 주권의 개념을 보도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 그 기반 위에서 웹3 거버넌스가 어떻게 전개되고 있는지 여러 가지 유스 케이스 또는 스킴들을 살펴보고 이 중에서 이 행사에서 이제 대표적으로 선정하고 있는 쿼드레틱 보팅에 대해서 이제 말씀을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 다만 이 쿼드레틱 보팅도 한계가 있겠죠. 그리고 확정성이나 여러 가지 이슈들이 있을 수 있겠죠. 그렇다면 이걸 보완할 수 있는 방법이 뭘까? 또 우리가 같이 생각해 보면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그런 관점에서 이 지식 추출 보팅이라고 하는 기법에 대해서 조금 더 말씀을 드리고 그리고 궁극적으로는 우리가 이 진화하는 세상에서 내부든 외부든 여러 가지 환경 변수들이 많이 있습니다. 이런 것들을 극복해 나가기 위해서는 어떤 고정된 형태의 거버넌스로는 가능하지 않을 수도 있습니다. 그래서 스케일러빌리티를 보장하기 위해서 어떤 방식으로 거버넌스가 진화돼야 될지 이런 고민들을 함께 나누도록 하겠습니다. 너무나 익숙한 개념들이죠. 웹3 하면은 제일 먼저 떠오르는 게 검열 저항성, 그다음에 투명성, 개방성, 그리고 소유 증명 이런 것들이 있는데 저는 이제 무엇보다 중요한 개념의 축이 탈중앙화에 대한 비전이라고 생각합니다. 그러니까 웹3라고 하면은 어떤 신뢰 인프라라고 할 수 있는데 이 신뢰 인프라가 작동되는 기제에는 탈중앙화라고 하는 가치 철학이 있는 겁니다. 이 가치 철학에 기반해서 어떤 중앙화된 어떤 오소리티로부터 커뮤니티로 권력이 이동되는 거고 그렇다면 그 개인들이 어떻게 참여해서 의사결정을 할 거냐 이고 그 문제는 결국은 우리가 지금 기존에 있는 정치 시스템에서 가지고 있는 시민권과 주권의 개념들로 귀결될 수밖에 없습니다. 자 그렇다면 웹3에서의 중요한 개념인 어떤 정치적 거버넌스의 근간을 이루고 있는 시민권 개념에 대해서 보도록 하겠습니다. 시민권이라고 하면 이게 익숙하면서도 또 한 단계 들어가 보면 이게 쉽지 않은 개념입니다. 역사적으로도 수많은 논의가 있었는데 통상 시민권 하면 세 가지가 가장 기본 개념입니다. 첫 번째는 성원권이죠. 멤버십. 그러니까 누가 그 시민에 귀속되느냐 성원권의 문제고 두 번째는 그 멤버십에 연결돼 있는 자들의 권한, 권리가 되겠죠. 그러니까 예를 들면은 시민으로서 할 수 있는 권리들이 있잖아요. 이게 두 번째고 세 번째는 그 커뮤니티에 이제 귀속되어 있음으로 인해서 이 사람들의 참여해야 될 의무 사항들이 있습니다. 그래서 크게는 이제 성원권과 권리와 의무 이런 축이 되겠죠. 조금 더 넓게 생각해 보면 이 시민권은 이 권리를 가질 권리라고도 이제 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 그리고 이게 그 정치 철학적으로는 크게 두 축으로 시민권에 대한 논의가 있었는데 한 축은 이제 공화주의적인 전통입니다. 첫 번째는 공화주의적 전통에서는 이제 퍼블릭 폴리티컬 시티즌을 중요하게 생각을 하는데 이제 고대 로마 생각하시면 됩니다. 공화정의 최초의 기원이 고대 로마잖아요. 뭐가 중요할까요? 군사적 규율, 용기, 그 다음에 공동체에 대한 헌신 이런 것들이 중요합니다. 이런 것들이 시민의 가장 기본 덕목으로 내세우고 있는 거죠. 그리고 이런 것들에 대해서 이제 명시적으로 얘기하는 게 뭐 키케르의 의무론이나 이런 책들이 있죠. 그래서 고대 로마 공화정 생각하시면 되고 이것들은 역사적으로 한 축을 이루어 왔습니다. 그런데 또 반면 이 사적인 영역, 그러니까 내가 개인으로서 가질 수 있는 자유에 대한 권리, 내가 뭔가 소유할 수 있는 권리, 이런 측면에서의 그 시민권 개념은 또 다른 하나의 축이 되죠. 이거는 자유주의 전통이라고 할 수가 있겠죠. 그래서 이때는 법으로 보호받는 나의 권리가 중요합니다. 이게 이제 근대의 자연법 사상 이후에 전개되어 있는 시민권이라고 생각하시면 좋겠습니다. 그래서 지금 우리가 시민권이라고 얘기할 때는 크게 공화주의적 전통과 자유주의 전통에서 이 시민권을 얘기를 합니다. 근데 이게 또 한계가 있겠죠. 공화주의 전통하면 너무 이게 딱딱하잖아요. 내가 공동체에 뭔가를 헌신해야 돼. 이게 어떤 사람에게는 부담이 될 수 있고, 또 반면에 이 자유주의 전통에서 시민권을 얘기하면 뭔가 이제 계산 가능한 주체로 해석하고 이른바 약간은 공리주의적 편익의 관점에서만 해석이 될 수가 있습니다. 그래서 최근의 논의에서는 이제 신공화주의 관점에서는 시민권을 조금 더 다르게 해석하는데, 저는 이 개념이 우리 웹3에 더 부합하다고 생각해서 조금 더 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 시민권은 이제 기본적으로 어떤 그 공동체에서 이제 공화국이라고 생각하면 공화국 내에서의 어떤 제도가 기본이 되겠죠. 공적인 영역에 있는 거죠. 두 번째는 이게 가장 중요하다고 저는 생각하는데 다원성입니다. 그 공동체의 운명을 함께하는 사람들 간에 서로 차이들이 있는 거잖아요. 그 차이들이 존재하는 거고, 그 차이들을 어떻게 잘 오거나이즈 하는가가 시민권에서 가장 중요한 이 목표이자 핵심적인 축이라고 할 수가 있겠죠. 다원성이 존재하지 않으면은 합의라는 게 필요 없겠죠. 모두가 같은 생각을 하고 같은 의견을 가지고 있다면 합의라는 게 필요 없고, 탈중앙화라는 것도 이제 필요가 없습니다. 어떻게 보면 대전제, 정치 철학의 대전제는 다원성입니다. 그렇다면 이 다원성을 우리가 어떻게 경험하고 어떻게 다원성을 구성하고 처리할 거냐가 어떻게 보면 중요한 과제가 되겠죠. 그리고 세 번째 축은 시민권이라는 거는 끊임없이 재창조됩니다. 행위하는 시민으로부터 재창조됩니다. 그래서 이 행위 없이, 행동 없이 시민권은 유지가 되지 않습니다. 그래서 이 세 가지 축으로 놓고 볼 때 우리가 이야기하는 이 탈중앙화라고 하는 거는 지금 말씀드렸던 이 다원성 개념들을 명시적으로 드러내는 것들이죠. 이런 관점에서 우리가 다시 웹3를 생각해 보면 좋겠습니다. 두 번째는 주권입니다. 주권의 개념. 너무나 잘 아시죠? 주권은 외부의 간섭 없이 내 스스로 결정할 수 있는 권리이자 권력이겠죠. 국가 권력을 얘기할 때 주로 주권을 많이 얘기를 하는데, 이게 그 최근에 몇 년 전부터는 자기 주권 개념으로도 많이 이제 설명이 됐죠. 그거는 이제 웹3 더 넓게는 이 분산 신원 증명 이제 관점에서 이제 자기 주권 개념을 중요하게 얘기했는데, 그 제가 이제 해석하는 관점, 그러니까 웹3에서의 주권의 개념은 크게 세 가지 축으로 볼 수 있을 것 같아요. 첫 번째는 이제 프로토콜의 자율성이에요. 그러니까 다른 외부의 영향으로부터 독립적으로 그 자체적으로 움직이는 그 자율성이 보장된다는 게 첫 번째 특징인 것 같고, 두 번째는 이제 법으로서, 규칙으로서, 규범적으로서 이 임뮤터블한 코드로 구성되어 있다는 게 이 웹3에서 서브리니티의 핵심 개념일 것 같습니다. 그리고 세 번째는 이제 회복력이라고 할 수 있겠는데, 이를테면은 이 특정한 프로토콜을 구성하는 여러 노드들이 있을 텐데, 그 노드들이 이제 붕괴되지 않는 한은 그 프로토콜은 지속 가능하겠죠. 이런 관점에서 소브리니티가 어떻게 보면 웹3에서의 특히 이제 블록체인 네트워크에서 가장 중요한 축을 차지할 수가 있겠죠. 네, 그래서 시티즌 개념과 소브리니티를 이제 결합해서 생각해 보면 가장 중심 축에는 아이덴티티, 이제 시민이 있는 거고, 시민의 권리와 의무가 구성되는 거고, 그 시민권이라고 하는 거는 당연히 토큰 기반이고, 우리가 보통 이제 요즘에는 SBT를 많이 얘기하는데, 시민의 어떤 증표로서, 시민권의 증표로서 SBT를 활용할 수 있겠죠. 그리고 그 시민들이 모여서 구성하는 하나의 이제 관할권이 생기겠죠. 그게 바로 이제 소브리니티라고 저는 생각을 합니다. 그래서 프로토콜의 자율성에 의해서 보장되는 그 여러 관할권들이 존재하는 거고, 그 관할권 사이에 일종의 상호 우전성, 상호 협력 체계, 이런 것들이 전체 크립토 세계 시민주의를 구성하는 걸로 생각해 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 다시 말씀드리면은 웹3라고 얘기했을 때는 가장 근간에는 시민권이 존재하고, 그 시민들이 모여서 구성하는 일종의 관할권, 이제 소브리니티가 있는 거고, 그 상위에 세계 시민주의라고 얘기할 수 있는 이른바 웹3 세계가 존재하게 되는 거겠죠. 그렇다면 이때 이제 거버넌스가 어떻게 돼야 될까가 오늘 말씀드릴 핵심 주제입니다. 자, 의사결정이라고 우리가 얘기할 때 이제 쉬우면서도 어려운데 두 가지를 구분해서 생각해 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 첫 번째는 누가 결정할지, 이거는 오소리티의 문제죠. 두 번째는 누가 결정할지를 누가 결정하느냐, 이거는 권력의 문제입니다. 그래서 의사결정 시스템을 얘기할 때는 첫 번째 누가 결정할지에 대한 고민보다도 누가 결정할지를 누가 결정하느냐, 이제 이건 시스템에 대한 문제죠. 이 관점에서 생각을 해봐야 될 것 같습니다. 자, 그렇다면 우리가 이제 기본적으로 생각하던 전통적 개념에서의 이제 거버넌스가 있는 거고, 그리고 이제 크립토, 이제 웹3에서 어떻게 이게 진화될 수 있느냐를 생각을 해보면, 이제 기존에는 어떻게 보면은 되게 정형화된 이 규범 체계에 포섭되어 있다고 하면 웹3에서의 거버넌스는 훨씬 더 유연하고 그다음에 포용적이고 이제 커뮤니티 존재되는, 그리고 여러 군데 확산되는 그런 형태가 될 것 같습니다. 그리고 이게 디지털 형태의 의사결정이 가능하게 됨에 따라서 거버넌스라고 하는 거는 이제 도처에 존재하게 되는 거겠죠. 그리고 우리 일상생활의 모든 영역에서 이 거버넌스가 어떤 형태로든지 이제 발휘될 수 있게 되는 거죠. 그리고 세 번째는 이 보팅 자체가 인센티브와 결합되는 구조가 이제 가능해집니다. 그러니까 쉽게 말씀드리면 이제 인센티브 컴패러빌리티를 위해서 내가 어떤 의사결정을 할 때 그것들을 토큰 메커니즘으로 지원하는 체계가 가능해진다는 거죠. 이건 이제 게임 이론적 관점인 거죠. 내가 어떤 선택지가 있을 때 어떤 선택을 하는 게 내 이익에 가장 부합되느냐를 결정하는 것이 공동체 이익에 부합하도록 만드는 게 인센티브 메커니즘인데, 그런 기저들이 이 투표 시스템의 근간에 들어갈 수가 있습니다. 그리고 마지막으로는 이 웹3에서의 이런 집단적인 의사결정은 결국은 여러 의견들을 청취하는 수준에서 나아가서 실제로 그것들을 실행할 수 있는 그런 구조가 가능해집니다. 당연히 우리가 잘 알고 있는 이제 스마트 컨트랙이 뭔가 합의된 결론을 자동 실행해주는 그런 메커니즘이 될 수가 있겠죠. 그래서 이런 관점에서 거버넌스 체계를 조금 더 보자면 상위에는 이 보팅하는 메커니즘이 구성될 거고요. 이 안에는 어떤 안건들이 제한이 되고 그 제한된 안건들에 대한 이 심사 또는 합의, 그리고 어떤 결과가 나올 텐데 그 결과가 자동 실행되게 하는 스마트 컨트랙이 있는 거고, 그리고 이 모든 과정들이 이 레저에 기록이 되겠죠. 그래서 기록 시스템이 존재하게 됩니다. 그래서 의사결정 시스템과 임플리멘테이션 시스템 그리고 기록 시스템 세 가지 축으로 돌아가는 게 웹3 거버넌스의 트라이앵글이라고 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 이 중에서 이제 보팅 메커니즘을 조금 더 보도록 하겠습니다. 그 웹3에서 여러 커뮤니티를 의사결정하는 것들이 이제 대표적으로 이게 드러나는 게 다오겠죠, 당연히. 다오에서의 여러 가지 투표들에 대해서 우리가 익숙한데, 그렇다면 다오에서 보팅하는 것들이 어떤 것들이 더 적절하냐, 적절하지 않냐, 효율적이냐, 비효율적 이런 얘기들 많이 하잖아요. 그래서 이밸류에이션 그 포맷들이 몇 가지가 있습니다. 근데 뭐 시큐리티 관점에서 볼 수도 있고 효율성이나 효과성 관점에서도 볼 수 있는데, 그러니까 탈중앙화 관점에서도 이 다오 보팅을 평가할 수가 있겠죠. 탈중앙화가 여러 레이어가 있는데 뭐 5개로 이제 나눠 보자면 이제 트러스트 제일 밑단에 있는 거고, 그 다음에 멤버십, 그러니까 이게 모든 멤버들에게 공평하게 이게 이 보팅에 대한 권한들이 들어갔는지 여부들, 이런 것들이 이 보팅 권한 그리고 보팅 파워 프로세스로 구성되겠죠. 여기서 보팅 라이트하고 파워하고는 다른 개념인 건 아시죠? 그러니까 보팅할 수 있는 권한이 라이트이고, 그 다음에 내가 그러면은 몇 표를 행사할 수 있어, 몇 개를 행사할 수가 보팅 파워가 되게 됩니다. 이런 구분들이 기존의 정치에서는 1인 1투표기 때문에 보팅 파워라는 개념이 그렇게 두드러지게 우리가 인지하고 있지 못하지만, 이제 크립토 세계에서는 이제 보팅 라이트와 보팅 파워는 전혀 다른 개념이라는 것을 이제 기억해 주시면 좋겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 보면은 이 우리가 이제 되게 친숙한 프로젝트들이 많이 보이실 텐데, 이제 웹3에서 거버넌스 스킴들이 여러 종류가 있습니다. 그러니까 첫 번째 이제 토큰 기반의 이제 쿼럼 보팅은 이제 잘 아시는 것처럼 특정한 정족수, 어떤 임계치를 설정해 놓고 그 임계치 이상이 되면은 이제 통과인 거고, 그 임계치보다 낮으면은 기각이 되겠죠. 그러면 이때 조금만 생각해 보면 문제가 있겠죠. 이 많은 토큰을 들고 있는 자가 더 영향력을 행사할 수 있겠죠. 이거 당연히 문제가 될 수 있고, 두 번째는 그 임계값이 너무 낮으면은 퀄리티가 안 되는 프로포절도 통과가 될 수 있고 또 인백밭이 너무 높으면 또 뭐가 문제죠? 그러면은 되게 의미 있는 프로젝트인데 통과가 안 될 수도 있겠죠. 이런 이제 장점, 단점들이 있습니다. 네, 그래서 제안된 것 중에 하나가 이제 쿼드레틱 보팅인데 이거는 뒤에서 조금 더 말씀드리고, 그다음에 가중 투표나 어떤 평판 기반의 보팅 시스템도 존재합니다. 이런 것들도 특히 이제 평판 기반 보팅은 똑같이 한 표가 아니라 이 사람이 이제 평판이 축적됨에 따라서 영향도를 이제 다르게 설정을 하는 거죠. 그래서 이제 거기에 대해서 가중치를 부여하는 거죠. 그러니까 기존에 그 사람이 어떤 의사결정했던 행위들이 그 공동체의 이익에 더 부합하고 이런 것들이 평판으로 축적이 되면 그 다음 보팅할 기회에는 이 사람이 더 많은 이제 가중치를 부여받는 그런 시스템으로 작동되게 됩니다. 그리고 네 번째는 이제 지식 추출 보팅인데 이것도 이제 뒤에서 말씀드리겠습니다. 핵심 개념은 이 전문성을 고려한다는 거죠. 투표에 있어서. 네, 이른바 이제 지식 기반 민주정이라고 하는 이제 고대 민주주의 사상에 입각한 이론인데 이거는 네, 뒤에서 다시 말씀드리고, 이제 멀티시그는 어떻게 보면 보팅이라기보다는 우리가 지갑 관리로 많이 생각을 하고 계실 수도 있는데 이것도 엄연히 예를 들면 7명이 나눠서 그 이제 멀티시그 지갑을 가지고 있을 경우에 이것도 권한 행사기 때문에 보팅으로 볼 수도 있겠죠. 그리고 홀로그램 컨센서스는 이제 이런 개념입니다. 왜 홀로그램인지 저도 한참을 생각했었는데, 그러니까 어떤 홀로그램이 있으면 이 가장자리에서의 어떤 이 합의된 기준들이 이 내면과 동일하다는 전제가 있는 거죠. 그러니까 이거는 조금 다르게 생각해 보면 전체가 다 의사결정에 참여하는 것이 아니라 어떤 소수의 그다음에 고출력, 그러니까 고출력을 가진 어떤 컨센서스가 전체를 대변할 수 있는 그런 구조고, 이거는 보팅할 때마다 계속 가중치가 적용이 되는 방식이죠. 이거는 확장성 측면에서는 이제 상당히 유용한 합의 방식이 될 수가 있습니다. 그리고 이 컨빅션 보팅은 그러니까 확신 투표, 이거는 내가 스테이킹한 기간에 따라서 내 의지가 더 높은 거잖아요. 거기에 따라서 이제 보팅의 가중치가 달라지는 방식이고, 마지막 그 이제 분노 종료 투표는 뭐 이것도 잘 아시겠지만 이제 언제든지 엑스트할 수 있는 이런 구조를 만들어 놓는 거죠. 자, 이런 이제 비교하는 표들은 참고하시면 좋겠고, 이제 그렇다면 이제 쿼드레틱 보팅에 대해서 조금 더 보도록 하죠. 뭐 이미 이 개념은 비탈릭 부테린이 몇 차례 언급도 했었고, 그 전에 이 비탈릭과 많은 영향을 주고받은 이제 글렌 웨이라는 경제학자가 있는데 그 사람이 쓴 레디컬 마켓이라는 책에 잘 설명이 되어 있습니다. 물론 이 논문은 뭐 훨씬 전에 나온 논문이지만 글렌 웨이를 얘기하는 레디컬 마켓을 얘기하는 이제 QV를 생각해 보면 이런 거죠. 그 보이스 크레딧을 갖는 거죠. 사람이 크레딧을 갖고 내가 어떤 투표를 행사할 때 나의 선호도를 반영할 수 있는 구조를 만드는데, 예를 들면은 내가 한 표 행사하기 위해서는 하나의 크레딧이 필요한데 두 표를 행사하기 위해서는 4개의 크레딧이 필요한 거죠. 그러니까 제곱수만큼의 크레딧이 필요한 그런 구조를 만들어냅니다. 그래서 예를 들면 어떤 찬반 논쟁을 할 때 똑같이 한 표를 가지고 찬성 반대하는 게 아니라 내가 진짜 반대하면 2표, 3표를 던져야 되는데 그만큼 많은 크레딧을 내가 던져야 됩니다. 그래서 그 사람의 이제 의지를 더 보여주는 거죠. 네, 그리고 우리가 보면은 내 삶에 그렇게 크게 영향을 미치지 않은 것들에 대해서 쉽게 찬성하거나 쉽게 반대하는데 이제 이거는 한 표잖아요. 근데 정말 여기 절박한 사람들이 있는데 그 사람들도 똑같이 한 표를 행사하는 게 오히려 이제 민주주의를 훼손할 수 있다는 생각에 입각해서 나온 개념이라고 생각하시면 됩니다. 그래서 어떻게 보면은 다수의 그런 이 폭정으로부터 이 공동체를 보호할 수 있는 장치 중에 하나로 애기가 애기로 시작되었습니다. 그래서 이제 1인 1투표하고 비교를 해보면 1인 1투표는 조금 더 이게 그 이제 부정적으로 표현하자면 되게 단순한 때 폭력적인 어떤 공정성이라고 표현할 수도 있겠죠. 그러니까 똑같이 누구나 한 표를 한다는 게 이상적으로 보이지만 실제로 그것은 소수의 의견들을 다 받아들일 수 없는 이제 그런 형태가 된다는 거죠. 네, 그런 관점에서 비추어 보면 쿼드레틱 보팅은 이 어떤 이 선호도, 그리고 내가 정말 진정으로 이걸 싫어하는지 좋아하는지에 대해서 더 자신의 인터레스트를 반영할 수 있는 그런 구조가 이제 된다는 얘기죠. 자, 근데 여기서 고려될 점이 있습니다. 이 쿼드레틱 보팅이 공동체의 어떤 윤리 규범 또는 어떤 도덕적인 기준에 영향을 미치는 것들, 그러니까 공동체 전체의 미치는 영향이 이제 뭐냐에 따라서 쿼드래틱 보팅에 적합할 수도 있고 그렇지 않을 수도 있습니다. 이거는 이제 조사이버 오버라는 데모폴리스를 이제 쓴 되게 유명한 정치 철학자인데, 이게 쿼드래틱 보팅에 대해서 거의 처음으로 이제 비판하면서 나온 얘기들인데, 긍정적인 부분도 있지만 이게 그 공동체 기본적인 윤리 규범을 흔드는 그런 문제에 있어서는 한계가 있을 수 있다. 그래서 그 이외의 영역들, 예를 들면은 정답이 없는 것들 있잖아요. A나 B나 그렇게 크게 윤리 규범에 영향을 미치지 않는 것들에 더 적합한다. 예를 들면 기업의 의사결정들은 대부분 이런 것들이죠. 그래서 이렇게 이제 반박하기도 합니다. 그런데 이제 이런 점들을 좀 종합적으로 봤을 때 이미 이제 미국에서는 이 쿼드래틱 보팅을 여러 형태로 실험을 하고 있습니다. 이게 이제 참여 예산과 쿼드래틱 보팅을 연결시킨 모델인데, 이게 이번 행사도 이제 이런 유사한 개념들이죠. 콜로라도주에서 2019년도에 쿼드래틱 보팅을 가지고 여러 정책들에 대해서 버지팅을 할 때 이 유권자들의 이 의견을 수렴하는 과정을 거쳤고, 이게 효과적이라는 것들이 이제 많이 얘기가 됐습니다. 그러니까 그 커뮤니티 내에서는 실제로 자기 의사들을 더 분명하게 표시할 수 있는 거죠. 여기 보면은 뭐 몇십 가지 정책들이 있는데 이 정책에 얼마나 펀딩해야 될지에 대해서 유권자들의 그런 이제 가중된 그러니까 가중치가 조절된 형태로 보팅이 이루어졌다는 거죠. 그래서 여기에 입각해서 참여 예산이 참여 버지팅이 적용되었을 때 훨씬 더 그 공동체의 여러 다수의 의견들, 그러니까 또 소수의 의견까지 고려된 형태로 의사결정이 되었다는 거죠. 그래서 이런 형태의 이 의사결정 시스템이 이제 상당히 효과적인 것으로 얘기가 되고 있습니다. 근데 여기 문제가 있습니다. 뭐가 문제냐? 이것도 최근 논문인데, 이 불완전한 정보에서의 QV가 작동이 잘 될 거냐, 이 문제입니다. 그러니까 모두가 똑같이 완벽한 정보를 가지고 있을 때 단지 선호도의 차이로만 의사결정할 때는 QV가 잘 작동된다는 것들은 이미 보여줬지만, 게임 이론적으로 봤을 때는 이 불완전한 정보 하에서는 QV가 작동하기 어렵습니다. 특히 그 참여자가 적을 때, 그러면은 이 선형 투표와 쿼드래틱 보팅 이 비교했을 경우에, 예를 들면 내가 더 많은 인포메이션을 가지고 있고 더 정확한 정보를 가지고 있는데 내가 이 의사결정을 하기 위해서 내 신념을 표출하기 위해서 더 많은 크레딧을 쓸 인센티브가 없다는 거죠. 이제 그래서 소수자의 그 참여자가 적을 경우에는 쿼드래틱 보팅이 유효하지 않다라는 이제 주장도 있습니다. 다만 이때는 이제 참여자가 이 투표자가 이제 무한대로 늘어나면 이게 쿼드래틱 보팅이 리니어 보팅보다 훨씬 더 효과적이라는 것을 이제 설명할 수가 있겠죠. 이 그래프는 나중에 참고하시면 될 것 같고요. 이런 관점에서 쿼드래틱 보팅을 어떻게 보완할 거냐, 이런 고민도 이제 필요한 것 같습니다. 그래서 제가 굳이 연결시켜 본 개념은 이 지식 추출 이제 투표인데, 이제 왜 지식 추출 투표냐 이제 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 이 지식 추출 투표라고 하는 거는 아까 말씀드렸듯이 이 전문성을 최대한 반영한다인데, 이때 말하는 날리지라는 거는 어떻게 보면은 트랜스퍼러블 하지 않아요. 내가 가지고 있는 거고, 이건 어떻게 보면 넌 펀저블한 거예요. 그러면 이 넌 펀저블한 날리지를 가지고 이 투표 결과에 반영시키는 이제 모델들을 제안을 하는 거죠. 그리고 그 어떤 이 경험과 그러니까 엑스퍼타이즈 베이스 보팅이라고 하는 것들이 실제로 효과적으로 판명이 됐을 때 그 투표 참여자는 이제 더 많은 또 크레딧을 받게 되기 때문에 인센티브가 있는 구조가 되겠죠. 그래서 KV가 어떻게 보면은 이 정확한 정보, 그리고 그러니까 완전한 정보죠. 이 정보를 가지고 있는 자들의 의견들을 수렴할 수 있는 이제 그런 기반을 이룰 수 있다는 거죠. 예를 들면은 이 전문성을 요하는 어떤 의사결정들이 있습니다. 예를 들면은 이 어떤 기술적인 특장점을 가지고 이제 컨테스트가 벌어졌는데, 이 기술에 대해서 전혀 이해도가 없는 자와 있는 자 간에 똑같이 보팅을 한다고 했을 때는 당연히 문제가 생길 수가 있겠죠. 그래서 보완책으로서 이제 KV가 많이 언급이 되기도 합니다. 근데 보면은 이제 KV는 전적으로 이 하나의 모델만 가지고 성립하지는 않은 것 같습니다. 그래서 이 기원을 좀 따져 보면 그 이제 렐러번트 엑스퍼타이즈 애그리게이션이라는 이제 모델이 있는데, 이것까지 설명을 드릴 필요는 없을 수 있는데 간단히 말씀드리면은 어떤 이 이제 이슈 문제 사항이 있을 때 그런 것들을 여러 도메인으로 이제 분류를 합니다. 그리고 그 도메인별로 가중치를 두고 이제 전문성 평가를 하는 거죠. 그리고 나서 나온 결과들을 종합하는 이런 모델들이 있는데, 이런 과거의 개념들이 이 지식 추출 투표하고 결합되면서 이제 상당히 많은 관심을 끌고 있습니다. 그리고 앞서 말씀드렸던 QV와 이 지식 추출 투표를 이제 결합했을 때 상당히 강한 효과가 있을 수 있는 거죠. 그러니까 핵심적으로는 그 여러 다양한 프레퍼런스를 존중하면서도 어떤 그 정확한 정보 또는 이 추론 또는 논리를 가지고 이 정당성을 부여하는 거죠. 그래서 이 어떤 선호도의 강도와 정당성을 결합한 모델이 가능해진다는 거고, 이걸 통해서 이제 QV가 가지고 있는 이제 QV도 여전히 정말 돈이 많으면은 내가 뭐 아무리 제곱 투표라고 해도 더 많이 던질 수 있겠죠. 그래서 인플루언스를 살 수가 있잖아요. 이 기존의 큐브에서는 이제 그런 것들을 다 막을 수 있다는 거죠. 왜냐, 이 정당성을 확보하지 않으면, 지식 기반의 정당성이 없으면은 아무리 많은 보팅을 해도 이제 락이 걸리는 거죠. 그리고 이제 이런 두 가지 모델을 결합했을 때 이제 우리가 얘기하는 수기 민주주의로 갈 수 있는 길이 될 수 있다는 거죠. 그래서 이제 이런 것들이 잘 결합을 하면, 예를 들면은 이제 이더리움과 같은 이 메인넷에서 이제 특정한 업데이트를 한다고 했을 때 이제 이해관계자들이 다양한 방식 참여자들이 있을 수 있고, 이제 투표를 한다고 했을 때 예를 들면 뭐 특정한 고래가 정말 많은 토큰을 가지고 자기 이익에 부합하는 뭔가에 이제 도전을 한다고 했을 때 이게 이제 제동을 걸 수가 있는 거죠. 왜냐, 내가 어떤 기술적인 정당성 그리고 이 의사결정으로 인한 여러 가지 리스크나 그리고 다른 이제 프로토콜과 비교해서 이 지금 현재 업데이트가 미치는 영향들에 대해서 정확하게 이제 설명하지 못하면 이제 제약이 있는 거죠. 이렇게 어떤 선호도와 그다음에 리즈닝을 결합한 모델들이 이제 유효할 수 있다는 것들을 제안을 하고자 합니다. 이게 장점은 앞서 말씀드린 대로 이제 강도와 전문성을 이제 결합할 수 있다는 거고, 근데 이것도 문제가 있습니다. 이게 너무 복잡해요, 어려워요. 그다음에 두 단계잖아, 하이브리드잖아요. 그러면 두 단계를 거치는 동안 사실은 내가 빨리 10명, 20명에서 빨리 의사결정하고 가야 되는데 그게 지연이 될 수 있다는 거죠. 그래서 이게 어떤 소그룹에는 또 적합하지 않는다는 또 한계가 있습니다. 그래서 이런 것들을 어떻게 유연하게 그리고 기술적으로 그 구조를 만드냐가 앞으로는 점점점 더 중요해질 것 같습니다. 자, 그러면 앞으로는 어떻게 될 거냐? 이제 어댑티브 거버넌스라는 개념을 이제 말씀드리려고 하는데요. 어떤 그 공동체, 어떤 조직이든 특정한 거버넌스가 뭐 100년, 1000년 지속될 수가 없습니다. 근데 그런 관점에서는 뭔가 유연성을 가져야 되는데, 이게 이제 어떤 관점이냐면, 우리가 지금 얘기하고 있는 블록체인이라고 하는 거는 기술적인 인프라로 설명될 수 있지만 더 나아가서는 이게 하나의 사회적 구성물입니다. 사회적 구성물이면 내외부의 영향을 계속 받겠죠. 그럼 진화를 해야 되는 거죠. 그런데 그게 마치 임의적으로 특정한 사람에 의해서 휘둘리거나 아니면은 전혀 일관성 없이 가거나 이런 모델로 갈 수 없다는 거죠. 그러면 이 거버넌스가 어떻게 어댑티브하게 지원해야 되느냐, 이게 중요한 포인트가 될 것 같습니다. 그래서 이제 사회 생태학적 관점, 제도적 관점, 그다음에 정치과학적 관점에서의 어댑티브 거버넌스를 이제 계속 고민해야 된다고 생각을 합니다. 이제 우리가 보통 이제 민주주의, 특히 이제 크립토 생각하면 이게 디지털이잖아요. 국경이 없죠. 그리고 우리가 모두 다 전 세계에 똑같이, 여기 계신 분도 여러 국적에 계신 분들이 다 참여를 하고 있잖아요. 제가 비록 한국어로 하지만 참여하고 있는데, 그러면은 이제 무한히 확장될 수 있다는 거죠. 나중에는 우주적 차원에서도 할 수도 있겠죠. 그렇다고 하면 이런 스케일러빌리티를 보장하기 위해서 어떻게 이 구조가 만들어져야 되냐가 어떻게 보면 중요한 축이 될 수 있겠죠. 그리고 그것들을 반영하는 것들이 이를테면은 뭐 10년, 20년 걸리면 또 안 되겠죠. 어떤 것들은 리얼타임으로 반영돼야 되고, 어떤 것들은 충분한 이제 수기 기간을 가지고 반영이 돼야 되는데, 이런 것들을 유연하게 할 수 있는 구조가 어떻게 돼야 되냐, 이런 것들이 고민돼야 됩니다. 그리고 이제 세 번째는 이거 가장 중요한데, 이거 그럼 다 자동화시키면 될 거 아닐까? 아니겠죠. 이 시민들의 참여, 그리고 우리가 더 이 공동체 구성원들이 더 인파워 됐다라고 느껴질 수 있는, 그리고 실제로 그런 효과를 만들어낼 수 있는 방식으로 이 참여라고 하는 것들이 확대가 돼야 됩니다. 이런 것들을 만족시키기 위한 고민들을 계속 해야 되는 거죠. 이제 이걸 위해서는 우리가 경제학에서 게임 이론에서 얘기하는 그런 인센티브 구조와 이제 결합되는 게 중요한데, 이때 제 생각에는 경제적 관점에서의 인센티브뿐만 아니라 사회적 인센티브가 어떤 보팅하는 그런 행위에 영향을 미친다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 경제적 그리고 사회적인 인센티브를 어떻게 결합해서 의미 있는 의사결정, 참여에 이끌어낼 거냐, 이런 구조가 고민이 돼야 되고, 결국은 이거는 이제 토큰 경제 시스템으로 드러나야 되겠죠. 그러니까 어댑티브 거버넌스를 위한 이제 토큰 경제 설계가 이제 무엇보다 중요해질 것 같습니다. 그리고 아까 이제 거듭 강조하지만 이거는 이 시리즌의 어떤 인게이지먼트를 극대화하는 방향으로 가야 될 것 같습니다. 그리고 이게 실제로 뭐 적용이 하이브리드가 적용이 되면은 뭐 스마트 컨트랙이 활용이 될 거고 여러 가지 로직들이 들어갈 수 있겠죠. 물론 여러 챌린지 포인트도 있습니다. 이제 복잡하고 어렵고 이런 것들을 어떻게 이제 해소하느냐가 이제 관건일 것 같습니다. 이제 마지막으로 좀 더 비저널한 얘기를 하면 이제 머신러닝 또는 뭐 최근에처럼 챗GPT와 같은 LLM 기술들이 활용될 수가 있겠죠. 그래서 이제 거버넌스를 더 어댑티브하고 더 즉각적으로 반응할 수 있는 구조를 만들기 위해서 이제 AI 기술이 사용될 수 있는데 우리가 고려될 거는 이제 에티컬한 문제죠. 에토스적인 측면에서 어떤 윤리, 규범, 문화적인 전통 이런 것들을 모두 다 자동화할 수는 없습니다. 그래서 AI 기술을 활용함에 있어서 어떤 여기서 발생할 수 있는 여러 가지 윤리 규범적인 문제들을 가지고 우리가 진지하게 고민을 해야 될 때인 것 같습니다. 그리고 이 모든 것들은 이 시민권과 주권을 강화하는 방향으로 가야 됩니다. 여기 계신 분들은 다 이제 크립토 시민이죠. 그래서 우리가 어떻게 이 웹3 새로운 생태계를 보다 이상적으로 만들어갈 수 있을지 다 같이 고민하고 이런 노력들이 여러 프로젝트에 반영되면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Jong-seung Kim, for elaborating the new concept of citizenship. And actually, like we are also arranging a hackathon pool, and which is adjusting the quadratic voting. So if you are interested, and please feel free to ask us. And now we will be having a break for 20 minutes, and then we will get back to here at 3:30.
당연한 희정이 또 우리한테 달려와 줘야겠지.
Hello everybody. 그 멀티탭 없거나 필요하신 분들은 저쪽 그 티켓팅 하는 데서 물어보시면 나올 거예요. 예, 감사합니다.
아니요, 아니요. 뒤로도 안 가. 아, 됐다. 화면 넘어가나요? 얘가 반응이 늦는데? 잘 넘어가요. 예. 예, 예. 제가 눌러볼게요. 안 넘어가.
저희 곧 저희 곧 발표 시작하겠습니다. We will be resuming the session shortly.
하나만 있어도 되겠죠?
네. 이거 제가 가져올게요.
뭐 그러셔도 되고 완전 여기서 다 하실 거면 그냥 하나로 쓰셔도 되고.
네.
Just pack it. Then.
네. 그 젤라또 네트워크 네. 해주시면
완전 잘 돼.
여기서 하시면 되나요?
잠시만요. 그래서 다른 게다안 나오네요. 여기 이쁘구나 이게 잠깐만. 왜 그러지? 그동안 잘 됐었잖아요. 얘가 안 나오네.
이거 뭐 어떻게 할 수 있는 건 아니에요?
네 여기서 못하고.
이거 가져오긴 했는데 꽂을까? 된다. 뭐야?
저쪽에서 아마 넘기는 거.
아. I have no idea why your 50 is not like going forward. It's just a simple click forward and backward, but not sure why. Or sorry, do you have your
여기서 다른 것도 다 안 넘어가는데?
So now we have invited Hilma Orth from Gelato Network, and he'll be presenting building your own application-specific Ethereum layer 2 rollup, right?
Exactly. Thank you. All right. So, hey everyone. Let's just wait for the slides to be here, and then we can dive in. Awesome. All right, so today we will talk about building your own application-specific Ethereum rollup. It's a mouthful. And it's really kind of like walking you through the process, also like understanding what a rollup is, what is an L2, what do you need to do in order to build one, or should you actually be building your own application-specific L2, or should you rather stay on the existing sidechains or rollups that are already out there? And yeah, hopefully we can find some answers today. Next. That's me. Next. And that's the agenda. So we'll start off with some sort of definitions and explanations. We will go into a bit of a detail around, should you be choosing an optimistic rollup? Should you be choosing a ZK rollup? Should you be choosing maybe a Validium or Plasma chain versus an actual rollup? And when should you sort of choose to do what? And then like asking the questions, should you actually do should your application live on its own layer 2? Potentially, right? And then we will talk about a new service that we have been working on to actually help you with all of that very seamlessly at Gelato. Next, please. All right, so just as a reminder, so Ethereum really tries to, Ethereum doesn't scale today, right? And why is that for the biggest part is because it's a very monolithic blockchain architecture. So you have all the different layers that you need in order to sort of like build your own blockchain, which are the execution layer, data availability layer, consensus and settlement, all sort of baked into one big monolithic block, which makes it very hard to scale certain sort of pieces of it without sort of sacrificing or impacting the others. And what layer 2s or the rollup-centric roadmap that sort of Ethereum ought out to conduct wants to achieve is it wants to horizontally scale Ethereum by basically splitting up these layers, modularizing them, and outsourcing them to other individuals. So what this rollup-centric roadmap wants to do is it wants to have a lot of execution layers on top of a shared data availability and consensus and settlement layer. And Ethereum basically doesn't want to execute all these transactions anymore that you do. Let's say take out a loan at Aave or something. It doesn't want to do it anymore. You should do it on a rollup. You should do it on an L2. And Ethereum only wants to be there to provide you with security, with consensus, with a layer to settle on, to settle disputes, if there was any fraudulent activity happening on the rollup, and potentially also as a data availability layer to make sure that the data is ordered correctly and is available for everyone to be able to enter and exit these rollups. But we'll go into more details around all of that in a bit. So before we start with rollups, before we wanted to scale Web3 kind of like with sidechains, right? So we had this explosion of, it started with Ethereum, and now then we had a bunch of sort of like other sidechains pop up that offered higher scalability, cheaper transactions, higher throughput, lower block times, right? But they actually came with a lot of sort of trade-offs to like this, the security trilemma, this decentralization trilemma that we have in blockchains today. First of all, they offered significantly less security because these sidechains are based on their own external validator sets. So you have probably proof of stake mechanisms, and then the security of the system is really based on these validators, and if they are decentralized, who they are controlled by, and so on. And we saw like extreme examples of certain sort of censorships going on in these. Whereas with layer 2s, you actually can borrow the security of Ethereum, right? So you can just like borrow Ethereum security, which is arguably the highest security in the Web3 ecosystem. Secondly, if you want to build your own sidechain versus a layer 2, sidechains are actually very expensive. You have to pay a bunch of node operators to make sure that they sort of validate the blocks and the transactions correctly, and that's very expensive. You have to inflate your token supply a lot in order to achieve that, in order to pay them, right? Whereas on layer 2s, you actually don't need to do it. You just need to pay Ethereum for like borrowing its security by posting stake commitments on there and potentially also data, which is optional. then one of the biggest sort of risk was always bridging, right? So like layer 2 sidechains is always a question about bridging. How do I get my funds in and out of these other chains where I can have cheaper transactions, right? And most of these sidechains have like multi-sig bridges where there's just a handful of known entities that control whether you can actually get funds out or not, or they can basically rug you, right? And the cool thing about layer 2s is you can actually have trustless bridging. So you don't need to trust any single entity, and they are not capable of stealing your funds or withholding your funds. And that kind of depends a bit on the setup. I will also get into that in a moment. And then infrastructure overhead, like if you run a sidechain, there's a lot of infrastructure overhead. You need to coordinate a decentralized network of validators, which is a pain. Whereas in layer 2s, there's still a bunch of infrastructure overhead. If you want to run it yourself, you have to run all the infra for the layer 2, but you potentially can just do it in a centralized way. You can just like run one instance of it, and that's it to make the system non-custodial and trustless. Next. Cool, so what is a layer 2, right? To just start with some definitions. It's a scaling solution that moves computation from the L1 off-chain while retaining the security of the underlying L1, right? And the great thing is that you can run all these transactions. Let's say someone sends 100,000 transactions to your L2. You can run all of them without needing to pay any gas on Ethereum. And you can only post certain sort of trends. You only have to post transactions at certain periods of time back to L1 to guarantee the secureness. So it's basically some form of compression you can think about, right? You just provide a compressed view of all the transactions to the actual layer 1 where you want to borrow the security from, which is Ethereum. Next. And how does it work? Basically, it's you have a Merkle root stored on-chain on the L1, which is kind of like the roll-up contract or the layer 2 contract, and it basically stores a compressed view of the state of the L2. And that state that you store on L1 is used to arbitrate whether you can sort of bridge your funds out of this L2, inside the L2, and so on. And you can have proofs that can prove to you that the state that was committed to Ethereum, so basically what happens on L2, can be proven to be correct using different proving mechanisms, one being validity proofs, ZK proofs, and one being optimistic fraud proofs. And we will get into that in a moment. Next, please. And so let's imagine you said, okay, that sounds good. I have my application. I need more scalability than what Ethereum today offers for me, and I want to build my own blockchain. I want to build my own rollup, right? You will have two sort of proving mechanisms at your disposal that you can choose from that you might want to opt into. And for example, there's fraud proofs and there's validity proofs. There are optimistic rollups and there are ZK rollups. For example, Optimism and Arbitrum, they use optimistic rollups. ZK-VM, ZK-Sync, for example, Linear, they use ZK rollups. And back, please. And so the biggest difference between optimistic rollups and ZK rollups is the transaction finality and bridging. So in optimistic rollups, because you're not providing a proof of what happened on the L2 regularly on chain with like a validity proof that you do in ZK rollups, you have to wait a certain period of time in order to actually be able to retrieve your funds back out of the L2. And the most important thing about rollups and sidechains is always, how can I get my money back? Like you put your money in like a smart contract, and you only have to care about how can I get my money back out, and can I get my money back out without having to trust anyone else, right? This is like the most important thing, basically. So in an optimistic rollup, because there is no proof that was submitted on chain that validates what happened on the rollup, you have to wait for like an optimistic delay period, which can be like a week or two. So it's very slow in terms of transaction finality, which means that you have to wait a bunch of time in order to get your funds out. Whereas in ZK rollups, you can get them out very quickly, potentially in a couple of minutes even. But the good things about optimistic rollups are they are cheaper right now. Why? Because you don't have to prove and validate proofs, post proofs on chain, so you save a bunch of money, and they have therefore also higher transaction throughput right now. Also, they are fully EVM compatible, which is great. Whereas ZK EVMs right now, they're like different sort of levels of ZK EVMs, and most of them I think like are level 3 compatible right now. And they all try to be like one-to-one compatible with the EVM, but they are not. And this has certain implications. Don't want to get into details here. But you can basically think about like ZK rollups a bit more expensive, but they are more secure and they provide a significantly better bridging UX. So if you want to opt in for this, then ZK rollups are your choice, and I personally prefer them. Next one. Now, the next decision you have to do in order to decide what your L2 should look like is, do you want a rollup or do you want a Validium or a plasma chain? And Validium and plasma chain are kind of like the same thing. Validiums are for ZK, ZK sort of flavors, and plasmas are basically the optimistic flavors here, but they are the same thing. The difference is basically a concept called data availability. What is data availability? It basically means, okay, where is all the transaction data stored that had to be run in a sequential way in order to derive the new state of the blockchain that we want to interact with, in this case the L2, right? And in Rollup, everything is on Ethereum. So you just post all the transactions to Ethereum, which is great because Ethereum is this very secure and available network where everyone can just easily access that data. And you need that data in order to get your money out again. And as I said at the beginning, it's all about how can I get my money out, right? And so you need that data in order to get your money out without having to trust the operator of the L2. And on the other hand, Validiums, they don't store that data on Ethereum. They say, Ethereum is very expensive, we don't want to store it there, we store it in my centralized database that I host on my MacBook, right? And so if I don't give you the data and you want to exit, you have to trust me that I give you that data in order for you to exit. I can block you, I can censor you and not give you that. So that's the downside on the Validium, but because you don't have to store data on Ethereum, you can get significantly higher throughput, you can get significantly higher costs. By the way, these numbers here are basically like the numbers today, but they are theoretically much higher than what you can sort of gain from Validiums and so on. It just hasn't really been tested in the wild yet because no Validium or something has that much traction. But yeah, one day it will. But yeah, the trust is very different. So the sort of rollups can't censor your Validiums, plasma chains, they can censor you. You can't potentially not withdraw your funds. You basically trust the people that store the data, or you need to trust someone to store that data in order for you to get out. And so what are the ideal use cases here? If you want to build like an application which does like large crypto payments, like bigger sums being transferred and where fees are not that important, then opt in for a rollup. If you want to build like a game or something which is just a very sort of a lot of transactions, maybe not that high value, then I think a Validium is probably the significantly better choice. And yeah, for rollups, you can go for ZK VM from Polygon, OP Stack. For Validiums, you can go Polygon CDK, they just announced it, I think, last week. And then Arbitrum, any trust chains, I think, for Plasma. Next. Cool, should you have your own layer 2, right? Should you actually have that, or shouldn't you? So you should potentially think about having your own application-specific rollup or L2 if you want low transaction fees, if you want high transaction throughput, so a lot of transactions on your application, if you want fast processing, so sub-second processing, right? If maybe credit cards, you want to type a credit card, you don't want to wait a minute, right? You want instant finality, you want the person that signs, that does the transaction to know exactly right now it was included. You want to have more control over the UX. You might want to say, hey, no fees on my L2, right? No users don't have to pay gas anymore. You want to have high customizability about maybe transaction ordering in the block. Maybe every top of the block, you always have some ETH USDC price feed that is always included, right? You can do that on your L2. You maybe want to have KYC. There are some other things you can do. Whereas maybe you don't want to have your own L2 if you need atomic composability, right? What is atomic composability is you want to flash loan money from Aave to do a leveraged vault on MakerDAO to then sell assets on Uniswap, right? That becomes a bit difficult if you have your own blockchain, if you don't have like cross L2 communication, which is right now doesn't exist basically, right? So if you need that, then you shouldn't have your own L2 probably right now. Also, if people constantly enter and exit your application, probably that also makes it a bit expensive because every time someone wants to exit, you need to post a ZK proof or validity proof on Ethereum and also let them exit. And so that can be very expensive. Cool. Censorship resistance. Yeah, it's high on Ethereum, of course. Next. Now, what sort of projects need there or basically can leverage on L2. So you have perpetual DEXs like DYDX. For games, it's great. NFT marketplaces, Zora recently launched theirs. Social media platforms with Lens, it's super cool. Enterprise blockchains, right? You want to integrate KYC at the block level, right? You can do that. Ecosystem chains, you want to only maybe provide services for a specific ecosystem, want to have more control over it, like Base, for example, even though they want to be very permissionless. Payments, Gnosis Pay is launching their own zkVM rollup on Gnosis chain, right? Or vertically integrated DeFi applications that have a lot of things all in once. It's also great, but then if you build like aggregators or meta applications, it's not so great anymore. So you should rather probably opt in for existing L1s. Next. And cool, yeah, so there's a lot of overhead that gets into running your rollup. You have to run sequencer nodes. You have to run like, let's say you want to have a ZK rollup. You need to run ZK provers. You need to run RPC nodes. You need to run bridging APIs, right? So if you just want to build an application, but you still want to enjoy your own rollup, but you don't want to become an expert in like hosting a blockchain, it becomes very difficult to do. And that's actually why we decided to build like a new service that we are introducing right now, which is called the Gelato Rollup as a Service solution. And yeah, next, this is sort of what I will walk you through real quick, so you can actually see how you could be able to just spin up a rollup in a couple of seconds. Yeah, next. Yeah, next, we can skip this. Yeah, so basically what it works is it's kind of like a platform where you can, with one click, deploy your own rollup on, let's say, Ethereum, or you can deploy your own Validium on Ethereum. We're actually starting with the ZK EVM framework from Polygon in order to do that. And what you can do is you can basically 100x reduce your fees of what you're currently paying on Ethereum, for example. You can have very, very low latent blocks. You can have instant finality on there. And the cool thing is of what we offer there is we sort of tightly integrated our existing services into this sort of rollup framework. So you can have native account abstraction on your own L2. So you can decide, hey, I want to use an existing rollup framework, but I want to have native account abstraction enabled there, so everything is gasless. I can sponsor all the transactions. My customers, my users don't even have to worry about anything anymore. They just pay with, I don't know, whatever, like DAI in the transaction, but they don't have to hold ETH or any other native asset to pay for gas, right? So you can completely abstract away it. And we also integrated access to existing Oracle solutions that you can pull in. You can automate smart contract executions automatically. So every block, I don't know, there are liquidations happening by the sort of L2 itself. You don't need external parties anymore that do that. So there's a lot of customizability you can actually now do on these rollups, which is pretty cool, that we have been integrating. Yeah, next one, please. And so this is how it works. You have all these sort of services, account abstraction, oracles, automation, off-chain data, sort of merged with the actual execution layer, which might be OP stack, zkVM stack, and then you can choose your data availability layers as you wish. Right now, Ethereum is kind of like the default. And then we partner with existing service providers to do a lot of the middleware that you need. Next. And yeah, so they're like all these sort of projects that you need, right? You need, if you want to build like a sophisticated application, right? You need indexers, you need oracles, you need bridges, you need block explorers, you need on and off ramps and aggregators and smart contract wallet interfaces and KYC providers, right? There are all these systems that you need, and if you build your own rollup, suddenly they don't exist there anymore, right? So you don't want to talk to all of them. You would just want them to be available on like a platform where you can just click a button and then they're available, and this is sort of what we provide. Next one. And yeah, it's basically all with one click with live monitoring on a dashboard where you can see the state of it and what's going on, and also get support, of course, because it's still a very highly complex topic, I just want to say. But yeah, they're the first projects experimenting with it, and we are very bullish on this notion of 1,000 rollups in 2 years. Yeah, I think, yeah, so for the roadmap, we are now, at the end of September, launching our first sort of zkVM rollup on Ethereum product, where you can click and deploy your own ZK rollup on Ethereum with a click of a button and get everything out of the box. So you can just go crazy with it. At the beginning of next year, we want to integrate Validiums to it, so you can have significantly cheaper fees. So for games or other projects, that's significantly better. So you can have more customizability about the data availability layer, and then also For next year, we want to have like an enterprise product where you can, as like a fintech or like a bank or something else where you need KYC or you want to restrict it to a specific geographical location, right? But still want direct access to Ethereum by trustless bridging. You can have that with a click of a button. So that's super cool. And you don't have to pay for gas. You don't have to hold crypto and so on. So yeah, that's also on the roadmap. And yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot. If you want to build your own rollup at some point, or if you're thinking about your app chain, definitely let us know. Happy to chat. I'm around here still today. And yeah, thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you, Homa Worth, for like teaching us all the pluses and minuses for building when we decide to build our own rollups, whether to do it, and after that, which one should be better, like that. Yeah, thank you for all the insights. And after that, we will be inviting the Payble as our speakers. Honorable, is Payble here? Payble, yes, please. So, Payble, yep. And you will be presenting in English, right?
Yeah,
sure. So you have one. He will be presenting about the Solidity Master.
Okay, hello. So I'm here to promote a new event, which is called Solidity Master. And I really want to find out who is the best Solidity programmer. So it's not like SDK or API. So, okay, hello. My name is Pavel, and I'm here to promote a new event. We will run international Solidity programming competition starting from 2024. And we hope it will be supported by community, and we'll finally find out who is the best Solidity programmer. So I'm a very big fan of cycling. And, you know, the Tour de France is one of the top sports out there. And if we look at the kind of Tour de France, they have like a yellow jersey. If you win a race, then you have a right to wear a yellow jersey in the next stage, and everyone knows who is the one. And it's very prestigious, right, to wear a yellow jersey because even there are 21 rounds and there are around 200 athletes. If you have to wear a yellow jersey once, that's like a top achievement in cycling. And if we look at the sports, they are kind of leveling, making even all the athletes. So the winner of the competition is actually, we can fairly call him a best. And if we look at the competition, it kind of brings best out of us. And for example, if we just take one variable out of Tour de France, which is the top speed, it's constantly increasing. After 100 years, still the top speed is keep increasing. If we look at the graph, it's like 41 kilometers an hour speed, on just two wheels, it's crazy. And so when I look at hackathons, the big variable in hackathons is idea. So the winner of hackathon, it must be a very creative person, but it's not necessarily the best programmer. And I love programming. I've been programming in my undergraduate, in my graduate years, and sometimes I just love programming. So I want to bring 1 hour of hardcore programming to maybe 5 different Ethereum events around the world, and I think it will complement nicely hackathons because hackathons, it's all about team building. It's about building community around some technology. But 1 hour of pure coding competition before hackathon starts, it would challenge people and bring best out of us. So it's not new idea. Programming competition were there for many years, and one of the famous one is Google Code Jam. And in Google Code Jam, the winners sometimes, they receive the job offers, and some people like can solve very complex, algorithmic problems like in 10 seconds. And it really kind of, if we look at the competition, it really kind of developed, the whole community and how people understand the algorithms, how they approach coding, how they, solve problems. And I think if we bring this kind of competition to Solidity, I think we can also like indirectly encourage, more interesting, solutions or SDKs and so on. And so programming is really art, and especially, Solidity is one of the most programming languages that we read, right? It's like I never read, C++ code of my applications that I use, but whenever I use smart contracts, I was, okay, no, I'm gonna read this contract. I'm gonna check, if these people know how to program, And I really fall in love with Solidity, and I think it's quite interesting and innovative programming languages. So really, like, I want to find out who is the best programmer out there. Is it Vitalik, or is it like a CEO of a billion-dollar company? Or maybe it's just a student, right? Just talented guy who can just code really well, So we are preparing for 2024, but just briefly, like, because Solidity is, decentralized and all about permissionless. So we also want to bring this approach to the competition. So instead of trying to manually solve or check problems, we want to make it into a smart contract. So there will be a smart contract, and there will be 3 different features of the smart contract. The first, there will be task description. The task description can say, okay, you have to write a function that can, add 2 numbers. Let's call it arithmetic function. And then once you finish the arithmetic functions, you can interact with smart contract and check whether your function correct or not. And then the second parameter or like feature of the smart contract is conditions, right? It will give you more understanding how to implement certain functions or how to name them so that you have the necessary information to solve this problem correctly. And the third one will be test cases, which would actually check your if you wrote the functions correctly or not. So it's just input-output. You finish your arithmetic function, you interact with smart contract gives you some input, your function that gives output, then the smart contract checks if it's correct, then you solve one, so you just go to the next task, and then person who solves the most problems in 60 minutes becomes the winner, and then supposedly also gets the prize money permissionlessly, right? Automatically, so that nobody have to, supervise it or check it. It's just all automatically. And yeah, so it's more like about the task descriptions. Like the arithmetic functions is a very simple one, but if we really think creatively about Solidity programming, there are a lot of same problems that we all solve, right? So why not put them into like a database of problems that everyone can practice, during, competitions or at home. And, the smart contract would also give you some kind of additional context, how to organize your functions correctly so that you can properly interact with the Solidity contracts. And then solution, it's just, okay, you have to write some function that takes 2 inputs and then gives some output, and then you just fix it. And then the case test scenarios. So this is the last slide. So what's interesting, I think, about this kind of challenge is we want to make it like, so it belongs to community, right? So what makes me very interesting in observing like NFTs, especially some of the NFTs, they're taking off so rapidly. They're spreading so fast because, it's about vibe, it's about recognition, it's about, building friendships. And, I think the Solidity Master Championship or event should be really a celebration of people who are pioneering decentralization of financial systems. Is kind of community celebrates the talented people who are trying to bring democratic solutions to our lives. And then we're also looking for some sponsors. We don't want to be like big sponsors, just a lot of sponsors who donate like small money. And then hopefully it's also will be all done in a smart contract so that nobody interacts, nobody touches the money. It just goes straight to the winner. And then the prize money, I hope like at least like the winner of the Solidity Championship is worth $5,000. So this is my goal. It's like 1 hour of pure coding, and then you can get $5,000. It's not bad, right? And probably yellow jersey. I'll make a yellow jersey too. So anyway, we have some sponsors already who are interested. So I think the first Solidity Championship will be online, and then hopefully we just move it and try to organize Solidity competitions for every ETH global event. And then it's really like a lot of different roles. Like we need people who can be judges, who can actually make these programming problems or tasks. And then we also need people who can volunteer to be on site and help. And then we need people who can actually promote or work with sponsors. And like, if we can make it like as a decentralized organization, I think it would spread as fast as some of the popular NFTs. And I think it would actually bring together a community and bring best of us. And kind of finally we can find someone in a crowd who is wearing yellow jersey and this guy is the winner. And then hopefully he'll create something interesting in the future. So this is a very short presentation. So if you on Twitter just follow Solidity Masters. I just created it today, so yeah, thank you. So if you have any questions, I just finished very quickly. So if you have any questions, yeah, I can answer. So do you think $5,000 is enough for the first place? Yeah. So I think I can promise $5,000. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pavo, for presenting the exciting competitions. And do we have Tadeo here? Yeah. Hi. Oh,
Which one? This one?
This one.
Hello. Yeah, perfect.
It's Tadeo from...
Tadeo from Phoenix Labs,
Phoenix
which is Spark Protocol, which is MakerDAO. We'll work on the naming afterwards, another day. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, okay, this is gonna fall. Okay, well, let's set up that. I'll say hi again. My name is Tadeo. I've been part of the Maker community for about 2 years. The title of my presentation is The Path Towards Effective DAOs. So just for a room temperature check, who's here is part of a DAO? Okay, nice. Okay, great. So maybe this is informative. You should definitely check out my other talks where I complain about the actual problems of DAOs, and then you can come back to this one. Okay, let me see where I point. Do I point there? No? Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'm here to tell you they're great. Generally, if you can experience being part of a DAO as a community member, also as a contributor, it's really a very different way of doing things compared to traditional companies, governments, universities. They also have tons of problems, which I'm going to get a little bit into them. But it's essentially a very new type of structure that we're trying to be very open, very transparent, and trying to be bringing everyone on different points of view, which, as you can imagine, that brings a lot of problems. They are, I gotta say, DAOs are exceptionally well suited to running public goods. So for me, it's a public organization managing a public good. I find it very difficult nowadays to think of a public good being run by a for-profit corporation, by a government in a specific region, and that sort. So I think there are use cases where DAOs do make sense. A lot of them really don't. Don't just DAO things because it won't work. Onto the problems. There's quite a few. We talked about them for quite a while. Different sizes of DAOs have different types of problems. But all in all, it's mostly just an issue of there's just way too much information. Everyone's talking in the same place. Everyone's shouting and screaming in each other's faces online. So it's very difficult to have your voice heard. Personally, as a contributor to the DAO, it's extremely difficult to actually provide value to the DAO, because I need to know what's happening all around it. So I think it's very apt that I'm here in South Korea, and I have a non-moving GIF, unfortunately. But if you guys know Faker from League of Legends, you'll know that his tapping is insanely fast. That is a skill you need to actually keep up with what's going on at the DAO. So there we go. The main conversation we're having whenever we talk about a DAO being ineffective, just not doing what they're supposed to do, is, okay, we need to decentralize. The answer is always centralization, because I think it's what we know. We've all worked in corporations for like thousands of years, so we know the solutions to these very simple problems. Actually, if you nowadays walk into any of the major DAOs, including MakerDAO, you'll see problems that you think are extremely simple to solve. The issue is you need to try to solve them without actually centralizing. And I think that's the current issue that we have, is we think that all the solutions are, we'll just centralize it, don't worry about it, it's still a DAO. Trust me, bro. So, just on the effectiveness. I'm not talking about efficiency, because I don't think the goal is efficiency. I think the goal is effectiveness, which is you say you're going to do something and you do it. You implement what you voted in your DAO. That is effectiveness. It doesn't matter if you spend a couple more bucks on there or you spend more hours than you should have. It's very important to actually take into account that it's really purely about effectiveness. If you achieve your goal, you're fine. You've done great. So, where am I going? There we go. Okay. The one good thing about DAOs is you turn stakeholders into shareholders. Problem that we have nowadays in corporations is that anyone else that doesn't own a share of that company doesn't really have a say or even care too much about it. Now, we bring people to the town hall, we get together, we discuss things, we vote on things, and that's great. And that actually leads to one of the main things I think you recurrently hear about DAOs, which is they're great for experimentation. Experimentation, there we go. They're great because you're bringing people from different walks of life, different skill sets, and different objectives. So you're able to see how something can be done in 5 different ways. What the problem is, if you get too big, you're talking about 200 ways of doing things, and you never do any of those. So my point here is about experimentation, and we need to lean on that. But we need to do better experiments. We need to define various scopes. One single experiment is not going to change your entire organization or change the entire market. We also need to validate our assumptions. We need to be very honest of what we know and what we don't know, and the unknown unknowns as well, and just be aware of them, not just simply assume things and give them and just pass through. And more importantly, we need to define conditions of success and failure, and particularly failure. Because the problem that we have is cutting an experiment short. If something's not working, you need to actually stop doing it. And in a DAO, that's incredibly difficult because you're sharing the responsibility with every one of your peers. Therefore, no one wants to be the bad guy saying no, having to cut a project, having to move people around, or unfortunately, essentially firing people around. So, having done that, I swear, if this works, there we go. No, wait. Centralize, don't centralize. You decentralize, but with layers. No! It's going to go so well. There you go. Okay, trust me, that's an onion. You essentially want to decentralize, but in a higher level, in the same way that Hilmar was telling you about L2s and how they scale, and you have different components that you build on top. You're doing the same thing on the human organization. You're bringing different layers of governance to ensure that you don't have a single point of failure, a single point of centralization of power. And in the case for MakerDAO, what we're also doing is on the side of innovation and growth, we're actually pushing it out into these semi-autonomous organizations called sub-DAOs. And now I'm just going to exemplify what we've been doing. Sub-DAOs are going to be launched early next year, but myself, as part of Phoenix Labs, we've been helping bootstrap this system, and already we built Spark Lend, which is a lending marketplace, Spark SDAI, and Spark Conduits. So Spark Lend, you get a lending marketplace with cross-collateralized positions, also with not only variable rates, but also predictable rates, meaning that they don't actually change, and when they do, you already know in advance to what rate they'll change. And coming very soon, the idea of non-re-up application. You get to choose yourself whether the collateral you put in when you take your loan, whether you want that to be lent out or not. You have SDAI. SDAI is the liquid representation of DAI locked in the DSR. It gives you a yield. We have a first large-scale yield-bearing stablecoin. We've talked a lot about flat coins, these tokens that should be indexed rather than to a price of a currency, to the inflation rate of that currency, but you have a lot of problems coming from that. This essentially, I think, is a great replacement to that, which is the underlying asset is pegged to the dollar, but you also get a yield on top of it. We have having to lock your assets and not have liquidity to it. There's tons of use cases coming from this. The one, again, as a DAO participant that you have the most is treasuries can run and just have the SDAI on storage and pay out contributors either in SDAI or do a full easy conversion to DAI to actually have people be able to off-ramp their money, their DAI to pay for the expenses and so on. This is already live. And then we finally have conduits. In conduits, we are providing liquidity straight to protocols. You need to have a technical implementation that essentially manages this relationship between Spark and the protocol itself. But then as a protocol yourself, you no longer have to deal with marketing ICOs, token incentives, just to get actually the liquidity, enough liquidity to make your product work. A lot of our products do make sense only at large scales. This allows you to achieve that. So why did I just show you all the stuff we're doing? Because I want to demonstrate that I think this time is different. This time, the experiment actually does work. We have a scoped experiment. Everything that Spark does is capital allocation, nothing else. The sub-DAO itself has accountability because there's tokenomics. You do well, token go up. You do badly, token go down. You have autonomy. With time, either by bringing money, your own money, or by accumulating your profit, you get to create your own treasury, which allows you to have wider autonomy coming from Maker or from any others. You have a wider range of decision-making, essentially. You can screw up more, essentially, because you have your own money that you can lose without losing either your users, makers, or anyone else's money. And most importantly, we have a condition for failure and a condition for success. If we're successful, there's going to be tons of profits. We're all going to be very happy. If there's failure, the sub-DAO tokenomics essentially create a slashing mechanism by which, at the end of the day, we end up with zero. Maker doesn't lose money. The users don't lose money. Us, as participants in the sub-DAO, lose the money because of our bad decisions. So really hoping this experiment works. We'll be here the entire weekend. We're sponsoring the hackathon as well, so if you want to build on top of us, please let me know. So I'm going to say thank you right now, and if there are any questions, I'll hold for the applause. Actually, no, I have a question for everyone. Who thinks DAOs are dumb? It's a legit, you can say this, huh? Like, totally fine, no? Okay. Yeah, thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you. It was Tadeo from Spark Protocol. And yes, as one of the DAO operators who's struggling with the problems of the DAOs, yes, it was really great, like insightful, incentive-aligned protocols. So thank you again. And now we have the final presenter, Joshua Kim, right? From IO Trust. 많으세요? 그럼 넥스트 해주시면 제가 넘겨드릴게요. And he will be presenting in Korean, and the materials will be fully ready in English.
Hello guys from every corner of the world. My name is Joshua Kim, working as data analyst at IOTrust. We are superbly specialized in wallet, and our key products are Decent and Whippin. So today I'm gonna talk about the power of transaction nonce in Ethereum blockchain network. And since my first language is Korean, so I'm gonna speak fully in Korean with a little bit of English. So I apologize first. So okay, previous. Yeah, you can also download all the presentation material on my LinkedIn post. I just uploaded it a couple of hours ago, so you can freely download it on your own. Yeah, next. So it was like January this year when I was mastering Ethereum. It was superbly wonderful and understandable to get some foundation about blockchain technology. 그래서 오늘은 제가 transaction nonce 파트에 대해서 조금 준비를 했고요. 이 부분에 대해서 되게 정리가 되게 잘 되어 있고, 그리고 굉장히 심플한 부분인 것 같으면서도 이 이더리움 네트워크의 어떤 인테그리티나 이런 부분에 대해서 굉장히 깊은 내용들이 많다고 느껴서 한번 정리를 해봤습니다. Next. 본격적으로 transaction nonce에 들어가기 전에 한번 let me briefly go over the basics of cryptography in advance of our main journey. Next. 만약에 오늘 비탈릭이 안 왔지만 만약에 제가 이제 비탈릭이랑 베스트 프렌드라고 했을 때 I want to text Vitalik to grab some lunch with him 라고 한번 메시지를 보내고 싶다. 근데 저는 그냥 평범한 메신저가 아니라 한번 이 암호학적으로 접근을 해보고 싶다라고 말을 해보겠습니다. Next. So first thing is I have to extract public key from my own previously prepped private key. 먼저 이렇게 하고요. Next. 그리고 share the public key with them privately. 먼저 비탈릭이랑 뭐 한번 오피스나 이런 privately 만나서 이렇게 전달을 해줄 수 있을 것입니다. Next. 그러면 비탈릭이 제 public key를 가지고 있고, 그리고 저는 이제 드디어 write a message. Hey Vitalik, McDonald's 7 p.m. tomorrow 라고 해보고 싶다고 하겠습니다. 그래서 제가 이거를 plain message 한번 먼저 적어봤습니다. Next. 그리고 저의 private key, red color private key를 통해서 한번 encrypted message를 이제 생성을 합니다. 그럼 ABC blah 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 like alphanumerical value가 이제 output 되겠죠. Next. 그리고 이 plain message와 encrypted message를 모두 이제 그 비탈릭한테 보냅니다. Next. 그러면 먼저 하단에 있는 그 two messages, encrypted messages를 통해서 먼저 비탈릭이 미리 갖고 있었던 저의 조슈아의 어떤 퍼블릭 키를 통해서 디크립트합니다. 그러면 Hey Vitalik, McDonald's 7 p.m. tomorrow라는 메시지가 plain하게 다시 나오게 되겠죠. 그러면 next. plain 메시지하고 내가 직접 퍼블릭 키를 통해서 디크립팅한 메시지가 똑같네. 그러면 이제 비탈릭이 드디어 shout out loud 합니다. Next. Hey, it's my brother, McDonald's 7 p.m. tomorrow. I'm gonna be ready. 라고 말을 하게 됩니다. 그래서 이거는 이제 비대칭 암호화 알고리즘이라고 하는데 바로 이 프라이빗 키를 통해서 암호화하고 퍼블릭 키를 통해서 복호화하는 이 두 가지 과정에서 암호화와 복호화가 respectively private key and public key로 되어 있기 때문에 그래서 이게 비대칭 암호화 알고리즘이라고 하고 next. 그래서 that was the asymmetric encryption algorithm simply explained가 되겠습니다. 이제 우리가 조금 더 메인 저니로 가기 위해서 이제 조금 이제 한번 워밍업을 해봤습니다. Next. 그래서 이제 이 asymmetric encryption algorithm을 이제 이더리움으로 조금 적용을 해보도록 하겠습니다. Next. 자, 조금 복잡한데 먼저 I'll send 100 Ether to Vitalik 하고 싶다고 하겠습니다. 그랬을 때 저 검은 게 이제 hardware wallet인데 저거를 통해서 뭐 private key, public key address like ECDSA key cock 256 or ECDSA sign 이거는 이제 조금 어려우니까 오늘은 그냥 스킵하고 바로 plain message에 nonce, gas price, gas limit, recipient value, data with payload, blah 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 돼 있는 거를 저의 private key를 통해서 encrypt를 하게 됩니다. 그러면 제일 하단에 red color rectangular area를 보시면 VRS라는 어떤 signature area가 생성이 됩니다. 그런 상태에서 encrypted message를 이더리움 쪽으로 이제 broadcast 하게 됩니다. 그러면 이제 encrypted 메시지를 검증하게 되는 어떤 validators,들은 VRS 이 area를 통해서 바로 이제 public key를 추출하고 그거를 통해서 검증을 하는 그런 과정을 겪게 됩니다. Next. 네, 그래서 만약에 어떤 노드가 만약에 이더리움 안에서 VRS를 통해서 public key를 추출해서 그걸로 decrypting을 하게 되면 it's valid라고 하는 식으로 해서 결국에는 이제 블록 안에 트랜잭션에 이제 같이 포함이 되는 식으로 이제 작업을 하게 됩니다. Next. 그래서 이더리움 안에서의 asymmetric encryption algorithm을 한번 요약을 하면 사인을 하게 됐을 때는 제가 이제 조슈아만 혼자 알고 있는 private key를 통해서 encrypt하고 그 다음에 authenticate 역할을 하는 이더리움 validators들이 이제 decrypt with public key를 하게 됩니다. 그래서 이더리움 안에서도 이게 asymmetric encryption algorithm을 사용하는 어떤 구조를 갖고 있다라고 할 수 있습니다. Next. 그래서 한번 이제 조금 더 간단하게 많이 봤었지만 이제는 이 nonce에 관해서 이제 본격적으로 들어가 보도록 하겠습니다. Let's go get 'em. 그래서 transaction nonce 시작하겠습니다. 먼저 이 mastering Ethereum에 따르면 transaction nonce is a scalar value regarding number of transactions sent from an address or if it linked codes, number of contract creations made from an address라고 합니다. 그래서 결국 transaction을 보낸 어떤 total number이라고 할 수 있는데요. 근데 중요한 거는 아래 나와 있지만 이제 TX nonce 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on, the order of occurrence라고 처음에는 이제 개발자분들도 그렇게 인식을 하게 될 것입니다. Next. 그래서 만약에 제가 이제 전 듀네 애널리틱스를 엄청 좋아하는데 듀네 애널리틱스에서 이제 여기는 바이낸스 7이라는 어떤 샌더 어드레스가 나오는데 그 어드레스에서 nonce를 통해서 이렇게 sequentially 우리가 sorting을 할 수 있습니다. Next. 그런데 the order of occurrence is not the all. Transaction nonce means much more than just the order of occurrence. 그래서 어떤 meaning이 있는지 한번 살펴보도록 하는데요. 그럼 먼저 우리가 secure Ethereum transactions를 위한 어떤 two prerequisites가 있습니다. Next. 첫 번째는 processing priority에 대해서 우리가 노드한테 알려줘야 되고 두 번째는 어떤 transaction replay라는 어떤 굉장히 이제 장난질하는 것을 조금 우리가 이제 방지를 해야 된다. 이 두 가지가 중요한데요. Next. 먼저 첫 번째, 우리가 노드들한테 processing priority를 한번 알려줘야 된다라는 거에 대해서 한번 우리가 이게 정확히 무슨 의미인지 한번 파헤쳐 보도록 하겠습니다. Let's go get 'em again. 그래서 만약에 제가 이렇게 encrypted 메시지를 이제 결국 브로드캐스트 하게 되는 과정에서 만약에 이 TX 메시지 안에 nonce가 없게 되면 무슨 일이 발생할까라고 해보도록 하겠습니다. 저는 10 a.m.에 이제 비틀릭한테 보내고 싶고, and 10 to a.m.에 이제 리오넬 메시한테 또 보내고 싶다고 하겠습니다. 그런데 저는 I love Vitalik much more than Messi. 그래서 저는 비탈릭한테 먼저 보내고 잔액이 만약에 남아 있으면 그때 이제 리오넬한테 보내든 말든 뭐 그렇게 하고 싶다라는 어떤 의사를 가지고 있다고 했을 때 한번 이제 노드한테 저렇게 전달을 해주려고 한번 가정을 해보겠습니다. Next. 근데 만약에 if you are with the singular storage environment like database or internally like owned database system, 이것들은 사실 이 환경에서는 이런 것들이 별로 문제가 되지 않아요. 왜냐하면 이제 SQL이나 어떤 데이터베이스 공부를 하신 분들은 아시겠지만 트랜잭션에는 네 가지 prerequisites가 있습니다. Atomacy, consistency, isolation, and durability가 있는데 바로 이 isolation 부분 때문에 트랜잭션이 완전히 이제 컨펌 되기 전까지는 다른 트랜잭션이 영향을 끼칠 수 없다라는 어떤 이론이 있습니다. 그것들을 개발자분들께서 잘 구현을 했기 때문에 그래서 여기서는 첫 번째로 10시 10 a.m.에 먼저 제가 요청을 했었던 메시지가 먼저 confirm이 되고 그 다음 거는 이제 잔액이 부족해서 당연히 fail 되게 될 것입니다. Next. 그렇지만 여러분들 잘 아시다시피 blockchain basically relies on incentive mechanisms which might present a crucial issue here. Next. 그래서 만약에 이번에는 이제 이 부분을 한번 볼게요. 가스 프라이스 부분을 보시면 100 gigaway and 200 gigaway라고 적혀 있죠. 그러면 블록체인은 인센티브 메커니즘에 따라서 운용되는 것이 어떻게 보면 이제 베이시스이기 때문에 이 상황에서 이제 문제가 발생하게 되는데요. Next. 예를 들어 지금 트래픽이 너무 과해. 그래서 like 150 gigaway 밑으로는 뭔가 우리는 지금 바빠서 담아줄 수 없어라고 하는 상태에서 200 gigaway가 있네. 그러면 이거를 내가 먼저 담아줄게 하는 식으로 해서 리오넬 메시한테 보내는 게 먼저 컨펌이 되고 next. 그러고 난 다음에 Vitalik한테 보내게 되는 거는 제가 밸런스가 insufficient 하다 보니까 결국에는 fail 되게 됩니다. 굉장히 ironical한 상황이 되겠죠. Next. 근데 nonce가 TX 안에 있다면 이야기가 달라집니다. Next. 다시 한번 가보도록 하겠습니다. 이제 nonce가 생겼습니다. nonce 37, nonce with 38가 생기게 되었는데요. Next. 그랬을 때 지금 Joshua's address에 대해서 nonce should be 37이 돼야 되고 그러면 let me start with Vitalik because like the transaction message with Vitalik should be 37이 돼야 되기 때문에 그거를 먼저 confirm을 해주고 그 다음에 next the nonce should be 38가 돼야 되기 때문에 그거는 이제 뭐 나중에 이제 잔액이 부족하게 되니까 fail 되는 식으로 잘 될 것입니다. Next. 여기까지가 the priority를 알려줘야 되는 그런 것과 관련된 내용이었고요. 두 번째는 우리가 transaction replay라는 것을 막아야 됩니다. 한번 보시죠. Next. 만약에 이번에는 리오넬한테 1ether를 만약에 보내고 싶다고 하겠습니다. 근데 여기서는 이제 보시면 nonce가 없죠. 메시지 안에. Next. 그랬을 때 만약에 제가 nonce가 없는 상태에서 1ether to 리오넬한테 만약에 인접한 노드들한테 브로드캐스트 한다고 했을 때 그거를 바로 제 옆에 인접했었던 어떤 해커가 I'm gonna copy and paste his message라고 마음을 먹어서 그래서 그걸 그대로 커피를 한 다음에 자기도 또 브로드캐스트를 하게 될 수 있습니다. 그러면 노드들 입장에서는 이 메시지의 원천이 누군지까지는 구분을 안 하기 때문에 이게 해커가 보낸 건지 조슈아가 보낸 건지 알 수 없는 상황이 되어서 결국에는 다 컨펌을 하려고 이제 트라이를 하게 됩니다. Next. 근데 nonce가 있으면 이야기가 달라집니다. Next. 만약에 nonce with 38라는 메시지를 또 포함한 상태에서 만약에 제가 보내면 결론적으로 말씀드리면 해커가 copy and paste한 이 메시지는 전부 다 이제 invalid한 걸로 되게 됩니다. Next. 그런데 만약에 그 nonce가 38, 37 이거를 딱 지켜서 하게 되면 그 해커가 만약에 copy and paste를 한다고 했을 때 그 nonce 값을 38, 39, 40, 블라블라라는 식으로 조금 적어서 copy and paste 하면 또 충분히 transaction replay를 할 수 있지 않느냐라고 생각하실 수도 있는데요. 결론적으로 말씀드리면 no, that's technically impossible. Next. 그래서 만약에 이제 아까 제가 말씀드렸던 이더리움의 asymmetric encryption 알고리즘을 다시 가보면 이제 마지막에 서명을 해서 VRS라는 어떤 signature area가 생성이 되는데 next. 그랬을 때 이제 노드가 VRS로부터 이제 decrypting을 하게 되면서 is valid or invalid를 결정하게 됩니다. Next. 그런데 만약에 조슈아가 38 nonce로 이미 서명을 한 encrypted 메시지를 생성을 하고 해커가 저거를 39, 40 이렇게 수정을 해서 똑같이 이제 run하게 된다고 한번 가정을 해보겠습니다. Next. 그랬을 때 이제 노드 입장에서는 public key를 통해서 이제 각각을 이제 decrypting을 시도를 하겠죠. Next. 그랬을 때 결론은 이제 제 것만 valid, 나머지는 invalid 하게 됩니다. 왜일까요? 왜냐하면 저는 애초에 제가 plain 메시지를 적고 그거를 저만 알고 있는 private key를 통해서 encrypt를 했기 때문에 그 plain 메시지 있는 nonce 이 메시지를 조금이라도 이제 change를 하게 되면 다시 한번 private key를 통해서 encrypt 해야 됩니다. 그래서 조슈아의 도움 없이는 해커가 절대로 그 transaction replay를 할 수 없게 되는 상황이 되는 것입니다. Next. 그래서 이제 third recap, we need to inform nodes about processing priority. And second one is prevent transaction replay. 이 역할을 하게 되는데요. 결국 transaction nonce라는 것은 단순히 order of occurrence가 아니라 integrity and security of the Ethereum network의 역할을 갖고 있는다라고 할 수 있습니다. Next. 자, 이제 대강 transaction nonce가 얼마나 중요한지 그런 how it is important에 대해서 배웠으니까 이제는 한번 wallet UX world로 한번 가보도록 하겠습니다. 디센트가 후원합니다. 네. 일단은 이제 많은 분들이 뭐 디센트 월렛이나 아니면 다른 뭐 메타마스크나 다른 지갑들을 사용하시면서 트랜잭션을 보내시면서 혹시라도 이 버튼들을 발견하실 수도 있을 거예요. 이제 트랜잭션을 cancel or speed up 하는 건데요. 블록체인 네트워크에서는 트랜잭션이 한번 컨펌되면 돌이킬 수 없다라고 들었는데 이게 무슨 말인지? 라고 이제 궁금해 하실 수도 있을 거예요. 한번 보도록 하겠습니다. 이제 이거는 저도 저희 회사의 어떤 UX UI 디자이너 분하고도 이제 많이 제가 여쭤보고 또 그분의 생각을 또 주고받으면서 조금 이제 많이 정리가 돼가는 편인데 블록체인 UX에서 굉장히 조금 UX를 해치는 그 힌저한 그런 점들이 있습니다. 대표적으로는 number one is irreversible transactions and number two is slow confirmation times가 되겠는데요. 그 두 가지가 블록체인 UX를 고민하는 사람들 입장에서는 이걸 어떻게 improving 해야 되나라는 그런 고민들을 할 수 있게 될 거예요. Next. 첫 번째, irreversible transactions라는 어떤 one thing that hinders like blockchain UX 이거를 transaction nonce가 어떻게 조금 더 개선하는지 한번 알아보도록 하겠습니다. Next. 오케이. 만약에 저는 만약에 I should have sent one ether to Vitalik, but I wrote it wrong. I just wrote it with 10 ether to Vitalik. 이거 굉장한 어마어마한 실수죠. 이런 상황이 만약에 발생했다고 하겠습니다. Next. 그랬을 때 정말 luckily it stays pending for a while. 굉장히 다행인 순간이겠죠. 그래서 그런 상황에서 next. 제가 okay, that's relief 하면서 다시 한번 zero ether인 상태에서 넌스를 똑같이 하고 gas price를 조금 더 올리는 식으로 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다. Next. 그렇게 되면 결국 이제 원리 UI 딴에서 이제 보면 결국에는 zero ether increases the gas price and rerun the transaction with the same nonce value로 하게 되면 next. 이게 바로 이제 마치 canceling TX 하는 식으로 되게 됩니다. 두 번째는 slow confirmation times Ethereum has too heavy traffic 이런 어떤 점들에 대해서 고민을 많이 하는 이제 분들도 많이 계실 건데 이것도 트랜잭션 넌스가 조금은 개선할 수 있습니다. Next. 그래서 만약에 똑같은 상황인데 나 지금 Ethcon Korea 2023 티켓 사야 돼. 근데 지금 빨리 보내야 돼. 지금 약간 due date가 얼마 안 남았어. 라는 상황에서 emergency as soon as possible 이라는 상황에서 만약에 제가 one ether를 이제 비탈릭한테 보낸다고 가정을 해보겠습니다. Next. 그런데 지금 트래픽이 너무 헤비해서 그래서 어떡하지? 나 지금 듀데이 거의 다 다가오는데 카운트다운 시작됐어. 어떻게? 라고 하는 상태에서 저는 이거를 빨리 어떻게 컨펌하게 하고 싶다라는 상황이 발생했다고 하겠습니다. Next. 그랬을 때 똑같은 one ether to Vitalik 메시지를 생성을 하는데 똑같은 넌스 값으로 하되 이번에는 gas price를 역시 50 기가웨이로 한번 제가 올려보도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 make it express please 라고 하게 됩니다. Next. 그랬을 때 이것도 이제 월릿 UI 단에서는 뭐 비슷합니다. 원 리터를 똑같이 하고 또 기가웨이는 조금 더 올리고 nonce with 38 with the same value with the previous one 하게 되면 이제 speeding up transactions가 이제 마치 그런 식으로 구현이 되게 된다고 할 수 있습니다. Next. 그래서 결론입니다. 사실 이게 완벽한 방법은 아닐 거예요. 이제 첫 번째는 irreversible transactions라는 어떤 한계점에 대해서 canceling TX 하게 하는 그런 메커니즘을 만들 수 있고 아니면 slow confirmation times에 대한 어떤 불편함을 speeding up TX라는 어떤 하나의 UI 엘리먼트로 만들 수 있을 것입니다. 그렇지만 개발자분들은 조금 느낄 수도 있듯이 이게 이더리움에만 포함이 되고 다른 네트워크에서는 이런 거를 지원하지 않은 것들도 있고 예를 들어 비트코인 같은 경우는 이제 이런 것들을 아예 지원을 안 하고 그리고 펜딩이 된 상황에서만 이런 것들을 제공을 하기 때문에 어떻게 보면 it's not completely enhancing the UX of blockchain이라고 할 수 있습니다. Next. 그래서 이제 여기서 이제 조금 더 이제 UX 쪽으로 넘어가면 멘탈 모델이라는 게 있습니다. 뭐 디자이너 분들, UX 리서처 분들 아니면 뭐 프로덕트 매니저 분들도 다 아실 텐데 mental models by definition is a set of beliefs and ideas that we consciously or unconsciously form based on our experiences 라고 말할 수 있는데요. 우리의 어떤 블록체인 end users들이 다 그런 멘탈 모델을 다 가지고 있다라고 할 수 있는데요. Next. 그랬을 때 이제 이것도 이제 그 저희 회사의 디자이너 이제 되게 친한 디자이너 분이 추천을 해준 책인데 Don't Make Me Think라는 책이 있습니다. 이거를 통해서 이제 많은 것들을 느꼈다라고 하고 저도 이제 슬슬 한번 읽어보고 있는데 중요한 점은 Do not make your users think라는 점입니다. 나 트랜지션 보냈네. 그러면 지금 트래픽 어쩌지? 그럼 ether scan. Okay, my wallet address is blah 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 하면서 되게 헤레이크를 겪게 될 것입니다. 그런데 중요한 점은 두 가지입니다. 두 가지 방법을 통해서 you can make users not think 할 수 있는데요. 첫 번째는 keep the existing mental model이라는 방법인데요. 예를 들면 뭐 한국이면 카카오페이, or 글로벌리로 말하면 뭐 페이팔 같은 것들을 이미 우리 유저들이 하나의 멘탈 모델로서 우리가 이제 익숙하게 이렇게 생각하는 것들로 하나의 모델이 되어 있을 건데 그런 것들을 차용을 하거나 그런 어떤 그런 플로우를 잘 이해를 해서 최대한 비슷하게 만드는 것도 하나의 방법이 될 수 있고, 아니면 아예 help create the new mental model이라는 방법을 통해서 우리는 조금 페이팔, 카카오페이랑은 좀 다르지만 우리만의 블록체인 어떤 트랜잭션 어떤 UI를 만들 거야. 근데 그거를 우리가 정말 잘 친절하게 설명을 해줘서 혼란을 겪지 않고 금방 멘탈 모델을 newly created 할 수 있게 만들어 줄 거야라는 방법을 생각해 볼 수 있습니다. Next. 그래서 오늘은 제가 The Power of Transaction Nonce에 대해서 이게 마치 Enhancing Ethereum Wallet UX화로 조금 될 수 있는 어떤 가능성에 대해서 말씀드렸는데요. 사실 말씀드렸듯이 완벽한 방법은 아닙니다. 그래서 많은 어떤 블록체인 맥시멀리스트 분들과 함께 많은 고민을 하면서 이 시장이 우리가 조금 더 이제 더 널리 퍼질 수 있도록 이더리움 Ethcon Korea 2023에서 한번 발표해보고 싶어서 만화로 한번 준비해봤습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joshua Kim. Yes, for the specific and like step-by-step lessons from the crypto basics to the UX designs, right? Please applaud once again. And actually, yes, what a lineups and what a presentations that we have today, right? This is the all that we have prepared. Did you enjoy a lot? Yeah. Thank you for being here. And this is the all for today. And tomorrow our education sessions will be held from 10 a.m. Yes, exactly the same place here. And for the people, like our caterings will be prepared 6 p.m. today at the second floor in building A and building B. So if you are keen to have dinner, yes, we are all open. And one important notice for the hackers too. Let me notify that for the hackathons, hackers should apply at least until 6 p.m. please. And at 8 p.m., like our hackathon opening ceremony will be starting again.